Let's get some tunes going. Oh, beans. I've got the coffee. DJ Professor K. Alright, don't go anywhere. Just get my coffee, alright? Or maybe I've snuck in before you all. Sorry about that, everyone. Guess you forgot to get his coffee. Scarred in Alaska, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Sorry about that. It's been a morning. And Shauna is Watto and welcome. Yeah, he's back from the vets. He's got an inordinate amount of puppy pills. And he's currently just snoozing on the balcony right now, so... Yeah. But, like... Thank you for your concern. Sorry, I don't mean to be blasé. I've gone through a fucking roller coaster of emotions, which I'll tell you the stories once peeps get in. So technical. I wanted to say Technicavalier, but it's Technical Avatar. Watto and welcome. And are you telling me that for a brief second that you had both Will of the Past and Will of the Future in the same place? Because technically, I am coming to you, admittedly, anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds in the future. Megaboss Greybeard Kestrel, Watto and welcome, friends. Yeah, I'll tell you all the roller coaster stories once the squad, is in. But how are you all doing? Well, Megaboss, like, even when the schedule kind of gets thrown, like, for a loop, I try and start on the hour, because that way it's, I don't know, it's easier for my sanity to work out, like, how long I've been live. Well, I mean, aside from stuff and things, and Dice Goddess, first, aside from... everything is a lot right now, but I'm in good spirits. As I said, the roller coaster kind of threw me for a loop today. Yeah. Anyway, how are you lot? Oh, I got my first bit of hate mail in a video game in quite some time. To try and offset drinking and going to the pub, I've been trying to play more, like, brain-dead games in the evenings. And so, yesterday evening I was just chatting with a friend who's been going through some rough times, and it's like, you know, I'm not exactly the bastion of, like, good mental health, but I can help others. That I am good at. So I'm chatting away, and at the same time, I'm playing PlanetSide 2. If you've never played PlanetSide 2, it's what if shooty gun bang, but it never ends? Like, what if you're playing Team Deathmatch, but the match never ends? That's it. I almost exclusively play as a sniper. Shocking, I know. For the very reason that I can be on headphones, talking to a friend, and just, you know, sitting up in a nest, or in a tree, or in a mountain cliffside with my cuppa, and just be like, oh no, that's really interesting. Like, you know, I can understand where you feel that way about, you know, the situation going clack, person's dead. No, I understand where you can feel that way. I ruined the same guy so many times repeatedly that he sent me hate mail. In my defense, he kept coming back to the same spot and looking around to try and find me. You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 5 times in the same space, and I may have a compulsion. But yes, Moose, Watto and welcome. Wolfgrad, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh. Yeah, now the adrenaline roller coaster is kind of easing off. That's why I've got like a little a grin and a pep in my step. People are weird, Kestrel. Like, if the game is put bullet in face and gentleman walks to the same space repeatedly to collect the same bullet in the same face. Whose fault is that? Megaboss was sending very much love the first part of Homebody. Yes, I'm really looking forward to getting started with this. Again, Megaboss, like, I'm real sorry we're starting late today. Okay, so... today was a roller coaster. Yesterday evening, Amos's face started swelling up. And not like in a... Not like a, what did you get into kind of a way, into an, oh no. But, like, he wasn't in distress, it wasn't bad times, so we agreed we were going to get into the vet this morning. And then, you know, by this morning, like, the other side of his face had swollen up, and we were like, oh god! Specifically, like, in his jowls. You can't really see it from a photo as well, but yeah, it's not good. Obviously, we were going to get him in for another vet round, but we were going to wait until both our paychecks came in, so we could kind of, like, tank it. Now, don't worry, not asking for cash and monies, but this is more for the story. So, if you only got Amos into the vet today, like, last-minute emergency slot, which is really good, got it all sorted, but whilst I was there, I got an invoice from the vets for a euthanasia. And I was like, I'm sorry, fucking what has happened? So I'm freaking out. Like, I'm waiting to hear back from Fiona. I'm panic cleaning. I don't know what else to fucking do. And then I reread the invoice, and it was from, sadly, when Perun, our eldest guinea pig, passed away. But they decided to send it now, while Amos is at the fucking vet. Livid. So, you can imagine I was in panic mode for a good chunk of this morning. But we're doing good. Like, overall. Why they decided to send it now, I don't know. But the fucking timing of it. Anyway. But like I said, we've got... Baby boy's got, you know... The drugs and meds he needs. Like I said, he's snoozing on the balcony at the moment, living his little best life. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get it back under control the next few weeks. You know, we've sorted it before, we'll sort it again. I just needed to share that part of the story with you, in case you're wondering, one, why I started late, and two, why I seem weirdly elated that, you know, Amos is... yeah. I seem weirdly elated. I didn't really have an end to that. Oh yeah, no, Wolfcrad. I completely assumed that the person sending it out, because we'd already paid it. But I do not think that they thought that anything specific of it. It was completely disconnected, but fucking hell. Oh, anyway, how are you, friends? How are you? Aside from that, like, things are pretty calm over here. I got a lot of downtime stuff to get done. But I think I can do it. I think I can do it. I guess we're trundling ever closer towards Steam Next Fest, which should be good. As if your wish lists aren't already bulked up enough. Oh, lovely, Megaboss. Lovely. Megaboss said they got their official Bandai brand Warhammer Tiny Grey Knight. The little cute one, not the beefcake one, right? Because those were weirdly cheap for a while. Yeah, sorry, while I'm still also guzzling coffee. And Wolfcrad, not only thank you for filling the pint glass, but Tony Pride. Oh, to Sky in Alaska, I didn't even say thank you to you as well. What is up? And Watto and welcome. Fearless, hello, hello. guzzling Imperial cider. Imperial cider at 2 in the afternoon? Bleeding Nora. I mean, that's a recipe for a good nap in my book. For those of you in outside the US, so Imperial cider it's like your regular alcoholic cider, but it starts at like 8-9%. Well, it starts about 7, I think. It's the stuff that I drink when we're doing like Sea of Thieves and I'm on a budget, because 4 or 5 10% ciders, and it's like whee! River has finished cooking outside and has come to join us. The 9-1 mango. I believe that's the Shillings Imperial. It's good. My recommendation is throw it over ice because it gets very syrupy towards the end. Yeah, Wolfcrat. Imperial is code for more booze, please. And for those of you that have a high tolerance, it's great. One of the things that has been really kind of heartbreaking as I've been getting older is I just can't drink beer anymore. And not because I don't like it, but because I get the bloaties, I get the heartburn, and because unless I'm drinking like the fuck you tier, the only thing I'm gonna be is sober and bloaty with heartburn. And like, I feel there are much better ways to achieve that, you know. Beast a Taco Bell feast. At least that way you get the tasties. So yeah. Oh, Mega Boss. I've always got a soft spot for especially like pink grapefruit beers. But that's another story. But yeah, Kestrel, it is sad. Oh. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Tell me your tales. At the moment, I'm not really... game-wise, I don't have anything interesting to tell you except for, I'm back playing PlanetSide 2. I'm potentially, touch wood, I'm working on a video about digital loneliness in a post-lockdown world. Because, I don't know, it's something I've been thinking about a lot. Like... we've talked about this a whole bunch. Like, loneliness in video games can be utilized to great artistic intent. There's a wonderful video out there about the manufactured loneliness of Red Dead Redemption, and how when you go outside of the story area, you really do get that feeling of like, you know, the lone cowboy on the range, which is, I think, a really good feeling. I started thinking about how post-lockdown, I kind of have two states when it comes to playing games. I either want to be hanging out with all of you. I want to be in Discord, playing Sea of Thieves, or I want to talk to no one. I want to interact with no one. And for me, PlanetSide 2 has always been that. Like, despite being one of the largest scale FPS games that's still running, I absolutely do not want to talk to or interact with anyone that doesn't involve me putting bullets in faces. And Kestrel, the counter to that one is save a horse, ride a cowboy. Ikoa, today's coffee is lovely. I'll have to put it in Galley Cantina. There was this like gothic branded coffee on sale in Freddy's, which I picked it up, and it is very potent, really tasty. Because I churned through our nice coffee, and I decided to have like a little like, you know what? This is practical. I need this to function. You know, why not spend $7 on some, you know, some nice indie coffee? So I'm very fancy. I'm having a very good time. Actually, you know what? Why? I can literally share it with you all while we're hanging out. I'll throw a picture of it in Galley Cantina. No, that is Sonic the Hedgehog. It's called Double Death. And I had to pick it up because on the back, I think what was one of the Double dead when you wake up mostly dead, can't find your head, seek a blast of light, or prep for opening night. Need to double your speed, or raise from the ashes like a fireweed. Like, they put fucking rhyming couplets on the back. I'm like, let's go. Kestrel, it is like double jumping for your insides. Which, when I say it like that, doesn't sound like a good idea. And also, it comes from the Bone Cat, which I believe... I didn't realise quite how much skeleton mobilia we tend to have on a longship. It struck me that if we had actually formed a war party, be it fantasy or historical, like, we'd have this ostentatious, like, black and red longship, adorned with skeletons and, you know, the treasure we've taken from varying kings across the land. But as actually a bunch of people, we're lovely. You know, rainbow shields, good food, we look after each other. Like it. Which wasn't too dissimilar from, like, pirate scare tactics, but that's another story. Ooh. Wolfgrad was saying they've got themselves a sample box of different coffees to try them out. Lovely. Keldra, Watto and welcome. Oh. What is it? Hippies look nice but are actually mean. And punks look mean but are actually nice. Metalheads are secretly all grandmas. And pirates are gay. Pirates are scary, and they're all gay. Shabby Looney, Watto, and welcome. Oh, how are you doing, you lovely mother hubbins? So again, it's been a roller coaster of a morning, but, like, all in all, it's not bad. So, I'm looking forward to getting stuck into Homebody in a little bit. If you haven't seen Homebody, it is fucking brilliant. And I need to stop. I need to stop telling people don't watch the stream when I'm streaming. I really need to stop doing that. It's a very bad habit. But if you didn't see last week's Homebody, I think that you should consider picking it up and playing it yourself. I don't say this lightly. You know, this goes against all of Mr. Twitch's mantras, but, you know, it's a time loop story. It uses a lot of the narrative elements. Sorry, it uses a lot of the mechanical elements that really helped pull together the Outer Wilds. But it's in this kind of Night Trap meets Clock Tower-esque scenario. It does incredibly clever things with, like, language and space. And I'm looking forward to seeing where it takes us. Like, and I know one of the big things about this stream and what we do is kind of, you all are busy people. You know, some of you have jobs, some of you have kids, some of you have kids and jobs, some of you have incredibly demanding ghouls and or ghosts in your household, and you don't have time to play every single weird indie that's dropping by. That's where I come in. I can be your second screen, your background to a seance noise, so that you get to at least understand and, like, you get to have that kind of togetherness with a title. Without having to, you know, spend 10, 20 hours on it. So, Prolo, Watto, and welcome. And Technical Avatar, I actually sent the Romero playing myhouse.wad to a bunch of industry friendos because I think it's a really, really good idea. A really, really good way of showing just how impactful. A lot of people have been calling myhouse.wad like the House of Leaves of video games, and I think they're spot on. Because, like, the more you know, the more it gets, like... A lot of people have been calling it their game of the year as well, which I think is fascinating. Because you can't just call it a mod. It's not just that. And, alright, I'm going to be a little bit snarky for a second here. Be a little bit snarky, but after the whole layers of fears nonsense, like, Ragnar, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. it has been interesting to see what people have been putting forward as mainstream horror this year, only to get bodied by a feckin' Doom mod. Greylark, Watto and welcome. Yeah, Megaboss, I have been struggling with House of Leaves. There are certain parts of it that are really good for me, just as a dyslexic individual, and there are certain parts that do me a damage, but it's... yeah. Well, Greylark, definitely not in the larger budget space. Although... actually, you know what? Greylark, I take it back. The new Amnesia the Bunker is supposed to be exceptional, and I haven't had a chance to dive into that one. So, and that also launched this year, but... and Asari, Watto and welcome. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Watto and welcome. House on represent. But yeah, the one we're talking about, Greylark, it's a mod for Doom called myhouse.wad, and it is currently the indie horror darling, and with good reason. It simultaneously uses very, very, very good horror construction, as well as the very nature of Doom as a setting to tell an incredible story. And it's one of those that the more you know and the more you look into it, the better it gets. I do recommend playing it completely clueless as possible, at least for your first outing, but oh boy, it goes places. Yeah, well, Fearless, I'll be trying to do it here. I'm very intrigued by the open elements of it. A lot of people have been saying that it's a very immersive sim, and while that wasn't something that was really attributed to Alien Isolation, Alien Isolation was a very, very good example of opening up the pit.
Violence.
Friends, welcome to Corgi Space Program. I don't know if you all saw one of those. Yeah. Fucking hell, Megaboss, thank you. Holy shit. And with that devastating blow, the ultimate is yours, Megaboss. I think you're going to have this for a little while, so, what will you do with this power? But fucking hell, sorry. Thank you for $50 in bits, you legend. Absolute legend. Thank you. To House Order. Get wrecked, I guess. Yo!
Massive violence.
As Vanderbeest and Wolfcrab try to refill the pot, Greylark's like, nah. Boosh. Feckin' yo! Sorry, he's coming right off guard. Greylark, thank you so much. Megaboss, fucking yo. Vanderbeest and Wolfcrab, I don't know, I stand with a Jarl. Get wrecked. Oh, fucking Jarl. Oh. But yeah. Megaboss, what will you do with this newfound power? Oh, and hey, Greylark, I'm always happy when we get to chat and hang out, and it all goes to, keeping our little household going, so I'm really fucking grateful, friend. Okay, Megaboss, you shall just observe, but again, thank you. Sorry, it's definitely discombobulated. So Greylark, just as you got on here, I don't know if you saw the last stream of this, but we are playing Homebody today, which is the newest game published by the Game Grumps, and I believe it's developed by their in-house team. But I feel like when we say developed by the Game Grumps, we need to be very specific in our wording, because I don't think Danny and Aaron made this game. It was made by the same team that put together Dream Daddy, and it starts off as kind of like a cheesy, as I said, Night Trap meets Clock Tower horror. You and a bunch of friends book a cabin in the middle of nowhere to watch a meteor shower, and then everybody starts getting murdered, and then bam, you begin the whole cycle again. But you are unable to tell anybody about what is happening. No matter what you do, the words just don't come out. Go. That's the setup. You don't know who the creature is, you don't know why it's killing everybody, you don't know why you can't tell people, and it's fucking brilliant. It uses a similar system to the clues from Outer Wilds to track all the different threads that can or could be happening. And we kind of had a little bit of a puzzle cascade towards the end of the last stream, which has unlocked new areas. Mainly because I missed one very obvious clue, and when that clicked, it all kind of cascaded forward. And Greylock is not a cult, just so you're there. It's not a cult. It's a cult. But yeah, there haven't been any big bombastic horror wins specifically this year. But I think it's because the Outlast Trials isn't really a horror game in the sense of, oh boy, this will shit you up. It's horror with friends, which tends to be comedy more than anything else, which is fine. Like, the Outlast Trials has sold gangbusters. They're doing great. Dead by Daylight's formula, where it transitions from horror into multiplayer, seems to be a good formula. The Skelly is not wearing cult robes, sorry. The skeleton is currently sitting in a throne made of my makeshift audio booth. Whenever I have to do VO lines and stuff like that, I use that to create like a little, tiny audio capsule. Hey, Wolfgrad, that's on you, friend. Hail, Audio Skeleton! Hail the true king, Lord Calcium Bonio! No, sorry, there's nothing under my keyboard. Feckin' terror. Feckin' terrors! Oh. But yeah, the other thing I think is everybody's still digesting all of the announcements. Because Greylock, I was desperately racking my brain to remember the horror title that you mentioned that takes place on an oil rig, which is being put together by a team that has done a bunch of really good stuff. And I can't remember what it's called, because over the last handful of days, there's been so many announcements. So many. I'm literally scrolling through my my wish list to try and remember. Because it does look very good. And I can't find it. Oh shit. Oh well. It's a video game. It is one of the many video games that is happening in the future. But yeah, yeah, that's really all that's been going down. I've been causing trouble in PlanetSide 2. I need to get a couple of paints before I can start doing my next Gundam painting project. And I haven't decided which is my next build project. Probably one of the little real grades. I finally managed to fix the lag problem for Vampire Survivors. And you know that thing where you're playing a game and you don't really notice the lag initially until it gets really bad? I definitely had that with Vampire Survivors because I put it on either yesterday or the day before with the new engine fix. And it just, the whole thing ran smooth as butter. Ragnar says, have you checked for the mono-ion Zgok? That's the part often missing. I have. Where is it? Where are you? Alright, there we go. Boosh. There's a little nubbins. And I'll give that like a little, a once-over. Give it a nice, like, glowing effect. But my goal is to create kind of like a pseudo-submarine aesthetic. But the under armor is so wonderfully complex, I kind of want to do like a bit of both. Sorry, what I mean is like I want to do like a dark metallic undercoat, maybe like an ink wash and stuff like that, to really make it look like I'm like bolting on these huge pieces of like submarine armor onto a mech. I don't know. I just keep thinking more and more about like the different, like the aesthetic from a narrative point. I guess because like the last one I put together was my big fancy Barbatus, and I loved the idea that whilst it is a super whooper killing machine, that whoever had it painted had it as a, I don't know, an aesthetic piece, a flex, if you will, like having this redonkulous machine of war and then painting it like an ostentatious Renaissance bedroom. Like, fuck yeah. God, sorry I'm so boring today, friends. I'm very much looking forward to getting stuck into the video games. So Wolfgrad, actually, one of the reasons I wanted to get into airbrushing was to actually do an air quotes Pride Gundam. That's still on the cards. However, that's a lot of colors. And when you think each color when airbrushing is like spray it, set it up, okay, sorry. Just the sheer amount of setup it would take to make a Pride Gundam and make it look good. So Wolfgrad, what most people do is they get this one called the Moon Gundam, right? The Moon Gundam, nothing really special about it except for its funnels are also a shield behind it in the shape of a half moon that splits up into either 5 or 7 pieces. So it's like perfect for airbrushing like a rainbow behind. That's what most people do. But if you're trying to do a Pride Gundam, it can be very, very complex. So you said the 3 from the left in front of the old telly. The 3. So are we talking this little trio here? White, red, and teal? Now, Fearless, you're right. We should have potentially done Pride Gundams. That might have been a good little painting contest if I'd thought of it sooner. Small, red, and the big. Okay. Small, the red, and the big. Alright. Cha. So, small, red, big. That is my acquiring and picking up the Gundam to show off. So I'll do them in size order. So first up, this is my teeny tiny Chibi Cubely. I'm a big fan of this one because it's another one of those mech designs that was purely designed to be an in-space mech. Designed to have a buttload of little funnels. And it takes its aesthetic from, I want to say it's like Mech Battler Dunblane. The one about like it's an isekai, but knights have these giant bug machines that kind of fight as mechs, like proto Escaflowne, if you will. However, what ends up happening, especially with the Cubely, is it has this whole kind of like drag aesthetic, like this hyper over accenting, you know, the giant shoulder pads, the elongated swoops at the lines, like these dangerously long fingernails. I do actually have a larger one to put together at some point, but it's an aesthetic I really dig, and I feel like the Nightingale is that taken up to 11. Then there's this Mother Hubbard, who's just a bit fancy. I don't remember where this one came from. I want to say F91, but I'm not entirely sure. It was one of the simpler 1/100 kits. It's just a nice red Gundam. It's just nice and red. There's nothing really fancy about it. And last but by no means least, a mech that has caused many of my friends to grind their teeth into a fine powder. Yeah, Ragnar, it does look like it's from F91, just because it's shorter, it's got more of that like strange aesthetic to it. Then there is this behemoth. This was a P Bandai. Oh, and Jackie! Watto and welcome!
Wikipedia, Margaret Hubbard, June 15th, 1878, June 10th, 1955, was an American amateur golfer and the first woman to win an Olympic event credited to the US, the women's golf at the 1900 Olympics.
Huh. Well, there we go. We've got ourselves a fun little fact of the day. Jackie, thank you for 27 months, and I hope you're doing well, friend. I really do. This, last but by no means least, we have this beefcake. A teal and blue monstrosity. An absolute bastard to put together, but I loved the aesthetic of it. But the thing that makes everybody go, is the fact that this concept design basically came with what if a Gundam had an AK? That's its big kind of super cheeky point. Hey Amos, is it your turn to come line with us? How you feeling, baby boy? Oh, did you get the good drugs? He's a little wobbly on his feeties. Yeah. You wanna come settle in here? You can, mate. It's up to you. What was I? Oh yeah, another transforming Gundam. This one was purely concept art. That while it never got added to any shows or animus, it kind of became one of those weird, like, I don't know a better term than like a Marmite design. Like the people who love that mech are obsessed with it, and the people that hate it, oh boy, vehemently. And it mostly boils down to people don't like the idea of a Kalashnikov Gundam sized. I think it's because of it has the faux wood handle, but yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, it's a space AK, or a space K, if you will. Oh no, Gundam's down! Gundam's down! I've knocked things over. Oh, code red's on the floor. I've still got to build Mountain Dew. Oh, sorry, the reason I was saying code red. Basically, I've been naming all the Unicorn Gundam kits that I have after different flavors of Mountain Dew. And I've currently built Baja Blast and Code Red. I've got Mountain Dew Classic, and then I've got some of the sports variants still to go. And while I am tempted to suggest a Pride build-off, I don't think you will understand how complicated a rainbow build is. Like, we've done a lot of interesting stuff in the past, but like... so sorry, there is a Viking mech, a Viking Gundam. It has not been released as a model kit. It sadly only currently exists as a... Oh, excuse me. It currently only exists as an action figure. It's from G Gundam. Now, if there are Viking mechs out there, could be fascinating. And there is one Viking-themed ship kit from One Piece, which is very cool. But like I said, this one's my next painting project, and I haven't decided entirely what my next build's going to be, but there's quite a few contenders. You know, I'm not short on things to do. And Fearless, yeah, that could work. I mean, that's just a good build. I guess I don't want to suggest it because, not because I don't think you should, but because, like, the new and the new High Gundam are big, expensive kits. You know what I mean? Hey, I mean, heckin' go for it, yo. And heck, why not just build a Pride mech for whenever? I mean, we fly the flag all year round, friends. But yeah, I hope that was Gandams enough. Oh, right. Oh. Yeah, that's the flag that we salute. I mean, if we had a pirate vessel, it would be a skelly over a pride flag. And Dustin, what ho and welcome. And okay, I see the bit you're going for, Dustin. I see what you're going for. But actually, on the subject of Homebody, let's get it started. Because I've been feckin' itching to get into this game since we played it last week, and I was slightly worried that today was going to be an absolute write-off. So I don't want to risk it for a biscuit any further, you know. Just trying to time things like a professional. There we go. I mean, we'll hang out here for... I mean, there's definitely a professional pisshead here. Well, so Fearless, the reason why I say it's a challenge is, like, how would you go about painting that? Sorry, Fearless was suggesting that you could do a Pride build mech with Gundam the Witcher Mercury. But the thing is, with the Witcher Mercury, all the gun bits, they lock together, but not in a sequence. So, I mean, you'd still get a semi-rainbow effect, but it would be kind of like a bulk, unless you do base coat and then combine them and then paint stripes on, which could work, but might be challenging. Like, it is no small undertaking, is what I'm saying. Because I'm trying to think, like, with my last build, I used 2 different kinds of red, and that was a lot of work. And I definitely want to try that aesthetic again. Oh, sorry. What I want to try for Gundam airbrushing stuff is black base coat, and then the detailed fabrics like I did for that one, but then a light silver over the top, with a kind of a very, very translucent red to give it the effect. Well, so Fearless, with masking tape, it does work. And the detailed stuff is pretty good. However, it's easier said than done, is what I'm saying. Like, if you want to go for it, go for it. The only reason why I'm not like, whoa, is because this has been tried and attempted, and I will come back to it once I'm a lot more skilled. Night Valen, please get out. And then coming back. Right. So, friends, we're going to be starting Homebody in about, 4 or 5 minutes. Because I figure I'll just chat to you all for a little bit more. To be clear, we are pretty solid into this game. From go, you'll be seeing spoilers and stuff off the bat. This story is very, very good, and does seem to be evocative of one person's real struggles with social anxiety and social interaction. At least those are the side stories being told, and we're not being stabbed in the gabber or hot cooked. Dustin, thank you for asking. So the updates on Amos Watch. He went to the vets this morning. He has come back with a lot of drugs. So hopefully we can help get everything kind of back under control. So, yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, I want him to feel better, and I want it all to get sorted. You know how it is, friends. You know how it is. Oh, yes, in terms of game and whatnot, I do really, really, really recommend playing this, because it does have that Outer Wilds kind of... the Outer Wilds kind of vibe, in that it is a time loop mystery, and the threads as you pull on them are unfurled in a similar manner. So... there's a lot to it. So, yeah. I want to make sure when we get into this that everyone is aware, right? It's also been interesting that considering this is a game, published by the Game Grumps, it's still not doing scary numbers. The reviews are all very positive, but there's only about 87 reviews online. And you'd think with the weight of the Grumps, they'd be able to bring this thunder forward. It is also another note for why I have no faith in the OTK publishing wing, because being a successful YouTuber or streamer does not equal immediate video game sales. Ragnar, Outer Worlds was Fallout in space. Outer Wilds was time loopy goodness. God. And I feel really bad because I did spend a lot of yesterday basically scaring people off, which was... I didn't want them to have one of the big moments of Rainworld spoiled, and I think that's fair. I mean, Kestrel, everybody got those games mixed up because Outer Worlds had a huge gargantuan marketing campaign, and Outer Wilds was the plucky little indie. The irony being that Outer Wilds has become the industry darling, and Outer Worlds has been pretty much just kind of shrug and okay. No one hated it, but no one had anything to say about it. After it came out, it was like, boy, they sure did make a Fallout game in space. And I think it's because they were pretty upstaged by hard space shipbreakers when it came to anti-capitalist discussion, and it was a very competently made, well-written AAA game that didn't really have any staying power, you know. You know? I don't know a better way to put it. Outer Worlds is not a bad game. It just is. It just is. And Jackie, okay, yes, it did lack a vibrant modding scene. That's going to happen as games become more and more complex. Like, the only way to have a more vibrant modding scene these days is to make games the old way. But that's not a story. But let us remember that even with absolutely zero modifications, like, narratively and story-wise, like, Fallout New Vegas is still being discussed. You know, you can play that completely off the shelf, and it's still an incredible experience. Hamsterman makes a good point. Outer Worlds did not have alien cuties. Like, why do humans even go into space? It's fucking... Look, I'm just saying Mass Effect understood what was up, alright? Mass Effect got it. Oh, Starfield, can you fuck the alien? Question mark. That's the important press question no one's asking. Ragnar was saying that Shipbreaker is their top dad game of all time. You know what? It might, for the games that have become described as dad games, I think it is the absolute pinnacle. I also like that it shows, you know, not the rebel, but just the blue-collar worker of space and how badly they get shit on. Kestrel, inquiring minds do want to know. Indeed. Although Vanderbeest, I've got this headcanon because I'm not a fan of... I think Shatner's a bit of a POS, to be perfectly fucking honest. So I've got this theory that the original series, so Star Trek, the absolute original, is canonically in my head James T. Kirk's retelling of his adventures. He did not fuck around the galaxy. Like, he would have gotten, like, you know, Klingon syphilis and just died horribly. But that's how he tells people now. So you could imagine Kirk in the back of a pub with a whiskey being like, and then, my helmsman jumps out topless with a sword and says, on guard! Didn't you say your helmsman was from Japan? Yeah, but... Shut up! And then I had sex with a woman. Sure you did, Grandpa. Do you want another whiskey? So that's how I look at it. Actually, before we get into games, so Greybeard says, sparked a thought. In general, what has accepted the top 5 evergreen video games outside of Nintendo? You mean like keep selling day every day? Well, Nintendo primarily the kings of, I should say, the monarchs of, will release the same game on all our hardware, and it'll continue to sell. Wolfgrad, I like the idea that Spock was actually incredibly funny and incredibly witty, but Kirk didn't like that people thought Spock was funnier, so he made him seem really, really boring in all of his stories. That's, again, once you start messing with, like, who's the narrator in a, like, who are you in a game, in a show, it can become very fun. Oh, well, Ragnar, I'll see your fun fact. Another fun fact. Did you know that Lucy of I Love Lucy was one of the big proponents of Star Trek and is possibly the person most responsible for its continued existence? So Greybeard, that's a complicated topic. Like, one of the ones constantly spoken about fondly. It really does... Oh, God, it really does vary from your spheres. Because what's interesting is, like, Zelda pre-Breath of the Wild wasn't really a wildly discussed title. You know, it was just generally believed that Zelda sold. Heck, that's why everyone was so blown away by Darksiders, because it went, what if Zelda, but edgy? And it worked. No, great bit. I fucking love these. It's a fascinating topic. Skyrim is definitely one of them. Skyrim is so frequently referenced both in a positive light and in a discussion light that's definitely deserving among the spaces. Let's see. Quite possibly, Felix. Quite possibly. Oh. I mean, Castlevania Symphony of the Night is another one that comes up constantly because it was a very, very good game. It solidified like an old retro style in such a way that it cemented what would become the Castlevania experience for years to come, and it did fucking cool, wonky meta-narrative stuff that no one expected. Like, it still gets discussed. God, I'm trying to think. Because it's not about what's good, right? And it's not about necessarily what still sells. It's like, what still has weight? Still has heft to it. God. I guess Eternal Darkness. Which, the irony of that is not lost on me. RuneScape. What, Jackie, why are you like this? The only thing I think that gets discussed with RuneScape is the fact that at some point almost every person in the British games industry worked on RuneScape. Love it or loathe it, sadly Dark Souls does still get discussed. But I think it's because Dark Souls was such a counter to design philosophy, and some of which the stuff it was counter to is still being taught. Okay, see, if you haven't seen it, there is a YouTube channel called Errant Signal that is doing a series called Children of Doom, and it is what led up to Doom, and then everything that Doom then inspired. Like, Errant Signal just put up an episode about 1998, so it's primarily about Half-Life 1. But what's really fascinating is that all of the successful AAA design philosophies were all kind of starting to angle towards the same place. And it was the cohesion of story and characters. And it was this kind of obsession with that. The only kind of games that people wanted to make, or the only kind of games people should make, were games that were specifically about characters and stories and arcs. Like, sure, you could have ways to play and experiment in the space, but you went from point A to point B, and it told a story, and that was it. And then, admittedly, like, FromSoft had been experimenting with this formula for a long time, and Demon's Souls was kind of the first, like, real big English language hit of that, like, post-Kingsfield ideology. But then, and Megaboss, sleep well. I'll see you in Vodland, friend. And remember, say thank you to Scotty. But yeah, Dark Souls 1 turned around and went, no. What do you mean, no? No. Characters, you can have some. You can have a couple around your starting area, and that's it. Well, what's my motivation? Work it out. Okay, but how should I play? Work it out. Alright, what do these skeletons do? They fucking kill you. Oh shit, they fucking kill me. Yup. I lost. Does that mean I've lost? Only if you give up. And I know we all know this, but that was such a counter to the the mindset of, you know, companies like Valve and Activision and things like that, who are moving more and more into these curated roller coaster rides and experiences. You know, when Rust hit the scene, it exploded because it was like, what are we doing as a co-op group? Whatever the hell we want. Oh, but what happens if somebody shows up and they're more powerful than me? Well, then you fucking die, I guess, or you talk your way out of it. And I'm not saying this to diss on Half-Life or anything like that, but, you know, as we are seeing, like, the death of, air quotes, the AAA, you know, when EA said that nobody wants to play single-player games anymore, no. Nobody wanted EA's Blando Calrissian A to B, like, linear story. Like, the philosophies that were put forward by Valve don't work for every game. I mean, you're not wrong, Prolo. You're not wrong. The open world setup has, like, fallen into the same trap. But when we stop and think about it, like, who's making open world games right now? Well, it's Ubisoft. That's really about it. There's a few other teams that are kind of, like, emulating that. But again, they really seem to be locked into this mindset that, you know, that is the only thing that we want as users and as players. Now, the Ubisoft open world philosophy is essentially just like big map, linear story takes you to places, and then make little snippets of thing. Technical Avatar says, well, if no one wants single player games, why do I keep buying so many? I mean, the thing is, when you get to the size of a company like EA, they can't differentiate between creative output and financial output. So they're unable to see They're unable to see the difference between a very, very constrained, very, very condensed single-player experience or a game that you play by yourself. And Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto, and welcome. Earthman Dave says open worlders, it doesn't matter where you go versus there's fun stuff everywhere. Well, I mean, you all know this, you don't need me to tell you. Crafting a good open world is incredibly complicated, and there are lots of philosophies behind it, but in, like, essentially what you want is you want a blend of, like, emergent elements. So you want, like, systems and mechanics that could create emergent situations, and at least enough structure to take you from A to B. The reason why people talk about Fallout New Vegas and how genius it is that essentially you have to go from A to B to progress the story. You know, Fallout New Vegas starts with you get shot in the face by Chandler from Friends, and then you wake up in a doctor's office having been buried alive. Well, buried dying, but you made it. And then it's like, what happened to you and what was the deal with the platinum chip? But that means you start at A, and if you want to find out, you've got to go down to big old New Vegas, right? But it's the path you take from there is yours. If you look at the way the map is constructed, there is only actually really a handful of ways you can go. It's not just a big flat desert, but it feels like it's yours. That's where, like, the curation of an open world can become brilliant. With the, like, especially the Assassin's Creed games and stuff, it's just like, here's a big wonky world, alright? You can't go here because you're not high enough level. Oh. But if you go up to the top of this tower, you can see everything. Oh. But what am I exploring? What am I doing? Well, you're collecting these feathers. But why am I collecting these feathers? Anyway, I could deconstruct these all afternoon. And Greybeard, EVE Online is an example of a dead open world that is populated by the machinations of players. Amos, you're okay, baby boy. Like, if you swapped every player in EVE Online for a bot, it would be a dead universe. It's only the threat and the conniving that makes it feel alive. Honestly, EVE Online's closer to a LARP than anything else. Like, no joke. But that's another story. Okay. So from this point in, I will assume that you're all in for Homebody. Amos, you're fine, baby boy. Heard someone go past the door, and now he's like, "Why is no one coming up to say hello?" Amos, you're all right, mate. Yes, you're okay. Yeah. Okay. So without further ado, we are continuing with Homebody. All right, we'll go over the notes and details once we get on in. Hey Amos, what's up, baby boy? Hello, how you feeling? Got them good drugs? Got them good drugs? Oh yeah, I forget it does this. This is fine. This is fine. I mean, I think... And the loop begins again. Alright, so I'll take you through all of this in a second. But just Wolfgrad and Earthman Day, we're talking about the FromSoft approach to making an open world where you don't want to go anywhere, or that it feels like you can. And in all actuality, like, there's very little that stops you like rushing towards the early bosses in Dark Souls 1 and things like that. I think that breaking down Elden Ring will be a very, very good discussion, and how they structure and corral users through these environments. But in a weird way, as users, we can feel when we're being pushed from set piece to set piece, or when we're kind of let off the rails. You know, we've talked a lot about the Outer Wilds, and the thing is, the Outer Wilds is a very small game, but it feels gigantic because there is nothing that says what you can and can't do. Like, ultimately in Outer Wilds, you know, you go specific places, you solve specific like puzzles. The mystery unfurls to you, and then you learn what it is you should be doing. And that whole thing is absolutely fascinating. I feel that that is a much, much, much better example of how to make a player feel like that anything is possible. Yeah, no, a technical avatar, I think that's a really good example. Another one is Metal Gear Solid 5, in the sense that there are two gigantic maps that you can just go to. Now, when you do story beats, then it brings in the boundaries, then it brings in the narrative elements. Then you see the starting the Skulls parasite unit. But for the most part, you can just do, right? You know, you can just have Snake dropped off in Afghanistan, and then you just go around making, you know, life worse for Russian troops and generally being a menace to society. You know, the map sort of reacts, but, like, to my knowledge, it's a while before they repopulate, leaving you in this interesting situation where you can feel like you're having a direct impact onto this place, even though it doesn't quite fully unfurl until later. Yes. Jam, that one hits like such a brick. And the thing is, it's like creating a situation where the user's doing interesting things always feels like a reward. Like, it feels like something clever that they've done. Again, like seriously, have a little watch of the Children of Doom 1998, because it shows when good and when bad philosophy. Because, like, again, the theme park philosophy of game design is not bad. Half-Life still slaps. And there's a reason we're still talking about it. But there's also a reason why we're talking about that, and we're not talking about, you know, the Blood 2, or what was the other feckin' stinker? Sin. We don't talk about Sin. Because they're not good. And it's not that they're bad because they are linear shooters. They're bad because they don't get it. Yes, Ragnar. Children of Doom. Doom, 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 doom. Children of Dune is, what up, big worm? It's your boy, also a worm. Greylock says, side note, thinking about Transformers. Let me know if you want to go tonight post-stream. Transformers? What? Do. Also, I don't think I have any Transformers here. The only one I've got is my... it's my fidget toy, which is... You have to put it into the mic. It's like a little Haro ball. And I can unpack it, and it turns into a little Gundam. Oh! The movie. Greylock, thank you kindly for the offer. Sadly, I have already been stolen for a pint this evening, but no, thank you for the offer. All right. But no, I just want to quickly touch on the whole thing because a load of you were like, "Oh shit, I played Sin back in the day," and it's so fascinating because if you put Sin and Half-Life side by side, it's really interesting to see where Sin fails, and not just because of the the terrible characterization and like one of the worst examples of a sexy character. But none of the fanciful mechanics add to it. We're never given like structure or scale, and it doesn't know how to blend. I don't know a better way of phrasing it. It's a feckin' mess. What's fascinating though is like Half-Life doesn't really have like characters. You have G-Man, but you don't really realize he's a character until later. But like all the scientists and Barneys you meet are interchangeable. What's so brilliant about Half-Life, even still, is that one, the opening shows you the whole adventure, right? It shows you where you will be going from start to finish, and snippets of what you'll be encountering. You know, it shows you the military choppers. It shows you the rocket you'll be launching and the areas where you'll be dodging trip mines. It's just like in a theme park where the queue winds you around the ride to build anticipation and excitement for what you'll do and giving you a sense of what's going to happen. And next up, every section has a little something new, a little new mechanic, a little new weapon, a new snifter, something to play with. And that's feckin' brilliant. As, like, even though Half-Life's... And even though it's an impossible environment, it feels like a lived-in, worked-in office because you have the time to see people, you know, going in, eating their lunch, spending time. Oh, and Ragnar, Oni was one of the early attempts to bring Animu to video games by English language studios. Basically, Oni and Shogu Mobile Armor Division. Oni was kind of you play as a Kusanagi-esque super soldier who she runs around kicking everybody's ass with machine guns. It kind of feels like what if a how to draw manga book got its wish and became a real boy. Sorry, that's a bit mean. No, Oni was interesting. It was very unfinished in the later sections, and it didn't quite have the same caliber of writing as Marathon. But mechanically, it wasn't bad, and it had some jumpy, good shooty gun bang. Like, I finished it, I didn't hate it, but it's not great. Same with Shogun Mobile Arm Division. Aesthetically and intellectually, love the idea. Gameplay-wise, do not like. Oh, sorry, Fearless was just telling the tale of how the team making Counter-Strike had 2 games that they were potentially going to mod for. 2 games they could have added, they could have made Counter-Strike in. One was Half-Life, and the other was Sin. There is an alternate dimension where Counter-Strike was... Or, okay, it's not an alternate dimension where Counter-Strike doesn't happen. It's an alternate dimension where Sin, despite being a garbage dog shit game, ends up becoming an international bestseller. I'm sorry, I shouldn't diss on Sin as much as I do. Like, there was cute and there was fun things, but... Anyway, back to Homebody. And we can keep talking about video game stuff, but I just want to let you know where we're at. So, we got this initial text from Gary seeing where we were at. This was what's kind of set the tone in terms of how we would solve puzzles. And then the combination to our suitcase, which is for 20. Yeah, Gary knows what's up. I'll tell you what, let me take you through the Minesweeper puzzle to give you a little example of how we're solving puzzles. So, we have an initial spooky house. I'll give you a tour of the house in just a second. In one of the upstairs rooms, I found a computer. And the computer had Minesweeper on it. However, all of the different Minesweeper puzzles had different solutions. And when we finally won it, we got that. That then gave us the push code for the cellar junction box, which allows us to open up the junction box when the power goes out. And from there, we can either redirect power to the front door, which has a fucking special lock on it that any time the power goes out, it locks. Like an anti-fire door, in that if there was a fire, you'd just fucking die. Or we can reroute the power to the upstairs, which we managed to do. From there, we found the attic door lights puzzle. And from that, we found the solution. We've even got a quick little scribble as to how to get through that we found once we were on the other side. So again, it's using that time loop elements to get things moving a little bit quicker each round, giving us a little bit more to explore. We've been working on we did the page puzzles. So we had to find page 110 from a very specific book. The desk note said from 12. The book clue gave us these colours, which then led us to gaining the keypad, because the combination door was blue, red, red, yellow, and that was surprisingly fiddly. Which got us the cellar lock, which means we can now get into the cellar before the power goes out, giving us a whole 2 faux hours early to mess with things.
You okay, Amos? You alright, baby boy? Oh, you're very warm. Oh, warm boy. Please don't crash the PC. Yeah, good boy. Yeah, good boy. Sorry for loving on the papa. You okay?
Alright, Amos, out of here. God, turn the PC off. Bear with me 2 seconds, friends. I do apologise. The infinite challenges of dog ownership. Thank you all for waiting. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so what else do we know? We've got these vague pump puzzles, which are... It's like a PSI water puzzle. You can see here there's all these different blips on each side. The idea is to get all of the liquid into the pump sections whilst hitting exactly the correct PSI. The way it works is that each of these tubes here, those blocks are all different values. So you have to try and fill them all up. When one's filled, they flip. So it's complicated. And then we got this one for the cellar. I don't think we've gotten the rest for that one yet, but we'll still see. The ones we're working on right now. So we've got the back cellar door opening. We've got the steam tunnels map. And we've got these, like, I don't know, these specific, like, snake puzzles. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. But one of the Q quirks... Oh yeah, the accumulator is one of our big goals now as well. One of the cute quirks of the back password, like a lot of this, is that while you may glean the solution... you may glean the solution to a lot of the problems. It doesn't immediately guarantee that you'll have them correct. So, like, if we go this way, go into the back room, right? Manners, Watto, and welcome. Yeah, so let's turn on the light. Hello, you're alright, Amos. You're okay. So turn the light here. No, I don't want to read about the... No! Alright, so then we check the device over here. So instead of this being a combination lock, it's a time lock. So what we want to do is, because we found out it's taken from a clock from earlier. But to open up this back room, we just have to match the current time. This whole area is creepy as... Oh wait, what was the... Is it? Hang on. Just to check the... Darn it. There was a button that shows you what you can and can't mess with. Hey, go settle, Amos. Go settle. Good boy. Beans, what was it? It wasn't Tab. Tab brings us here. Okay, good boy. Good flumpy boy. Got all the dogs in here with me. Beans. I was using it a lot last time. There was a button for showing us what we could interact with. And by the looks of things, I'd say, like, this is the pathing puzzle that allows us to open more doors downstairs. We'll have to try. Hey, J-Post, thank you kindly. And of course, yeah, this will probably be based on the one true ending from Silent Hill. And how come I can't? Gameplay. Oh, remap controls, there we go. Left shift. Back quote. There we go. So that was the big one for us. So we're not spending the whole time pixel hunting. So the events list here appeared to be a discussion between two people which may or may not have been competing. Ah, yes. That may or may not have been competing to join a secret organization. Gotta try and find my my feckin' feelies. So for now, we just want to head downstairs because we've got like an hour and change before the monster is unleashed. We're not entirely sure what the air quotes monster is. Oh, and for this one we need to turn it into... Yeah, 29 PSI. How the bloody hell are we going to do that? I guess I had my shot this turn. Yes, apparently our character did decide that this was the day to wear, like, big old tap shoes. No, we don't want 278, we want 733. I don't know if it randomizes the door codes, but I believe that it does. So this is the apparent, like, waiting room. Whatever. There we go. So there's the power out. Apparently the person who built this house was denied entrance to the super cool kids. Whatever this like super cool kids immortal story was. So all we know right now is that there was something severely hinky being put together underneath this house, and that all of this is a very, very large part of it. Yes, I know, Amos. It's very hard being you. It's very hard being the baby boy. Sorry, Earthman David. Fuck, we get it. You're a door. Good. This was about the art exhibition, and I don't know if we got... No, we didn't get the keypad to the door. Now, for this one... for this one, I do think that, considering the maths of it... It is rigged, yes. So there's something else towards this. Now, what is this? So 00XX, XX, XX, or Tiny Little Man. I don't think we saw any, like, jumping puzzle games, but... Amos, my boy. And we do have a hidey spot, because... Well, we haven't had much of a chance to explore down here. Like, we just unlocked this... yes, and this was how we worked out how to open the garage door. When we got down here, we got kind of super duper murdered. So, like, if we go into here, we've got this kind of like this Resident Evil backrooms thing going on. Like, Gary, I found a jacket in a little blue room. You can have it back next time I see you. Please don't touch my stuff. We can't interact with any of the lockers. And then we've got this thing going on here. And this is something I don't understand. And I guess with the light puzzle, it either tells us, like, what is and isn't safe. So I guess we need to work out, like, is it safe when the things are lit up? Oh, I just get crop dusted by the dogs. So, alright, so blue and red are on right now. So let's see if this kills us. Alright, so that was the first door. So we inspect the panel. Oh yeah, so blue wouldn't be safe for the next run. But blue will be safe for this next bit. Alright, I'm learning. Look at me. Learn the secret that animals have known for years. Nope, that was death. Alright. I don't get it. Oh, and each time we die, we get a little bit more of the everything else. This was our friend who was supposed to join us, who has probably been murdered in a bush. He spent the first half of the game being like, hey, you should go to the attic, while I was desperately trying to get to the attic. So Pete says, Christ! Those dark tunnels underneath the house. Pretty intimidating, huh? I don't know how to get through them, but the map must have something to do with it. Didn't Gary used to work in a place like that back in college? See you later! Oh. And I can see what you're saying. Like, this is definitely framed... Prolo was saying that she sees that it's got both a classic Sierra game vibe, but also a Blackout Club. The classic Sierra vibe is definitely prominent in the strangeness of the puzzles, but the moon logic is used to great effect here. So here's our Gary. Gary says, Emily, have you got a chance to talk to Francine about the homeowner not showing up? Or I guess she already come up to talk to you about it in a panic? Okay, so we need to talk to Francine about the homeowner. Hey, I'm Gary! Hey! God, alright, I almost forgot his voice, didn't I? Oh, doop-de-doo, apples and pears! I'm Gary from Landon! I learnt that before we saw his character, which is why it doesn't fit, but I'm still rolling with it. Doop-de-doo! Gary says, well, we got in the house yesterday. It was supposed to be let in by Mr. Nest, the guy who owns the place. Instead, there was a key on one of those fake rocks and a note that said, make yourselves at home. Talk about hospitality. So Gary, didn't you used to work in steam tunnels under our school? You know, steam tunnels. That every school has. Yes, I sure did. Oh, man, that was a time. Okay, so everybody's like some questions. First off, what are steam tunnels? And secondly, why are steam tunnels? Good questions, says Gary. Short answer, and I don't know! I mean, I kind of know. Back in the 50s, these tunnels under our college were used for steam heat for the dorms and classrooms. Now, sometime in the 70s, that was mostly replaced by gas and electric. But with tunnels, they are still there and producing a steam. In the 90s, they started to use those tunnels as a network of infrastructure instead. But some young IT kids still need to run through those tunnels to maintain the coax and the RJ45s, alright? So when I was working IT for the school, it was part of my job. My supervisor was very casual when he told me that if I walked into certain parts of those tunnels at certain times, I would die. Okay, that sounds terrifying. How did avoiding the steam work? was pretty simple. Sections of the tunnel were colour-coded, and the maps of the area would light up in a sequence. When the room's matching lights was on, it was full of deadly steam. So it was mostly about internalising the sequence, picking a safe room, and waiting until it was safe to leave again. Ragnar, the term moon logic comes from point-and-click adventures. It is kind of a shorthand for when the solution to the puzzle has no bearing on any elements within the game, the story, or logic. Often the chicken pulley is used as a really good example of that from Monkey's Island, where you have to zip line down a rope, so you have to combine a pulley with a chicken to make the chicken pulley, and that'll let you zoom on down. I'm actually blanking on the specific puzzle that Moon Logic got its name from. But yeah. No, so the Babel fish from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was just a fucking asshole. That was clear. Like, the Babel fish is infamous because it was so difficult. In this regard, the, air quotes, moon logic of the house is designed as something that we learn from the other people that we communicate with, and to essentially add challenge to the time loop in a way that makes sense once you all know it. But yeah, the Babel fish was an absolute bastard. I'm still mad about it. It's been years, I'm still mad about it. Hang on, are you sure? I'm going to check that very quickly. Yeah, so Prolo, with that one, the term moon logic may have been used many, many times throughout human language history, but it's not a reference to lunacy. It's okay, baby boy. You want Lord Beb Calcium Bonio to have his crown? Alright. It's alright. Okay. Let us continue.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
It's not a cult.
Didn't think I'd been in this cult this long.
It's not a cult.
Oh well, all hail cult leader Will.
How about the feckin' wit? Okay. So we need to talk to Francine, I believe. So not Megan. So Francine's upstairs at this point. Syndrome. Thank you for the 100. No thank you for the terrible joke. Alright, so Francine apparently knows something about the creepy guy. So it didn't show up at the house. That had to have started off the weekend on a weird note. What's the story? Alright, well, before we headed here on Friday, Ness took my ear off on the phone, grilled me about security, cleanliness, whatever. Figured out pretty quickly that it made it sound like anything less than saints. But didn't we have this whole conversation earlier where the owner nest was already at the house and was talking their ear off. So it's almost like the time looping events outside of it are slowly changing. Because we spoke to a couple of the other, both Francine and the other person, about how they couldn't get the guy to leave. He left the front door key and those fake rock things right out in the middle of the porch where it wasn't camouflaged at all. This doesn't make any sense. You all had stories about him. And let's see if that comes out as what we mean. Because you all had stories about him as reference to a previous time loop. And then he says, yes, why are you asking me? One of the things that Emily cannot do is talk about direct references to previous time loops. Emily can't talk about the monster, can't talk about the deaths or any of that. In fact, the first time that the murderation happens, you're obviously freaking out because you've seen everyone get stabbed and you've been stabbed, and so you try and warn your friends and nothing comes out. It's just like, how was your weekend? How was the drive up? The subversion of text in this is very, very clever. Alright, talk to you again soon. Great. I think we hit most of everything in here. Yeah, we went through the drawers, so that solved a lot of the early puzzles. Alright. Because not every event is guaranteed, or at very least, some events only seem to happen once. Which makes this whole thing very, very complicated. We've been up to the top stairs, and that seems to be... Let's elevate this. Alright, we solved this one. Alright, so tube to 2, tube square. Ah, here we go. So normal cylinders increase PSI output by 1 per fluid. Heavy duty cylinders increase by 5. Input fluid amount displayed on the left, PSI on the right. Alright, so you'll... Alright, circles times by 1. Square is times by 5. Alright, now we head downstairs. Before... Yeah, we got a little while before murder time. And what can I say, Scotty? When you get it working, it's a very heavy-duty flush. Alright, so we know this one needs to be... Where was it? Okay, so this one needs to be 29. So we need to turn 17 into 29. So... I guess... Anybody wanna math this, Mother Hubbard? We've got 2 times 1 tubes, one of them longer, and then we've got one of the times 5. So if we get 9 in the first 2... so Dustin, the plunger tweaks how much goes into this first tube, right?
Did you know that someone once remade Half-Life in C# using an extremely elaborate inline nested function? It was a lambda complex.
Oh, hardy bloody har. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's try that. That did not work! Oh, sorry, Unfearless, thank you for the bits. Alright, well, we'll have to try this Mother Hubbard. We'll have to try this one. Yeah, just a bit over. Amos, you're alright, mate. You're okay. Oh, boy. Baby boy, it's okay. Yeah, he's going to be having a bit of a hard time until all the drugs start doing their job, so... Apologies for... Oh, there's the monster. Apologies for sad dog noises. So I guess we just got to sit and memorise this kind of pattern. Okay, so Gary said, stay out of colour-coded rooms when the light is on, or wait until the grey room until it's safe. Amos, you're okay. Yeah, so Hitman has it's a repeat in practice, so we've got to give this a watch. So it seems to be red, yellow, blue, yellow, red, blue. The monster may be coming for us, so I'm just going to risk it for a biscuit. Okay, so the next time it's definitely going to be dangerous. So it's the time after this will be safe. Wait, no, the next time is blue-yellow. Yep. Okay, so it's the next time we're safe. God, I got so far into this just on pure dumb luck. I think around here. Now, yellow's the next one. Then it should be red and blue, but I'm not sure, so I'm going to wait for a second. Yeah, okay, the next run is safe. You're okay, baby boy. I wasn't looking where I was. I wasn't looking where I was. We had to go red. I ended up in blue. I fucked up. Yeah, at intersection, there were two choices. One blue, one red. I went blue. Should have gone red. Now we've been murdered! But on the plus side, we can have another go at the, Yes, hello, Nuggies! We can have another go at the toilet puzzle. Toilet puzzle. So it's 2, and then just let it rip. Break in your house by messing with your plumbing. Toilet puzzle. Toilet puzzle. Through the mountain. It works. Okay, so we need this to equal, what was it, 29. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 to start with. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 there. And then, so 5, 10. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's potentially 25 at the end. So, how do we turn 17 into 29 here? Like I said, this reminds me very much of the water jug puzzle from fucking Die Hard 3, and makes me feel like a dumb, stupid, dumb face. But I get to play these puzzles with you all, so that means that we have at least a chance. And I don't think the configuration there is the correct one. So Himano says, Math says you need 3 in the special one. Alright, so we need to create a situation where we have 17 with 3 overspill. So what we could do is 5, 15... 16, 17. That's 15. Hang on, so yeah, so these two together is 15. Oh yes, Hitman is the first one, they're all adjustable. We just have to swap them. The very first one, we get to tweak the number. So these are all increments of 1. And we can decide how much. Oh, Patrol. So what I'm thinking is, because you said, yeah, we need, no, because 3 in there plus these 15, that's 30. We need 29. And these are 20 together. Shit! No, Head Manners, go for it. We're all in this together, friend. We're all in this together. With a lot of the puzzles in this, they are... So you think first one at 4, big one, special one. Sounds good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, bingo bango! Well done. There's a distinct possibility, by the way, that a lot of these puzzles are actually random. The solutions are random, meaning you can't just brute force it. Don't get fried, stay inside. Now, we do know that Emily and Francine had a whole thing about these safety pamphlets at a Comic-Con once. While the water in a swimming pool can conduct electricity, your body is actually a much better conduit. Unlike the water in the pool, your body has a heart that lightning's sole purpose is to stop. Remember, lightning can hurt you before it's even raining. Lightning knows where you are. Lightning is faster than you. Enjoy the water safely. Alright, so we found another underground section / facility. Alright, so we've got 2 doors and a place to hide. Balls. Gee, I wonder if that warning about lightning was for us specifically. None the fuck is going on here? Wet floor. That's not good. And that is a bare wire by watery lightning. Okay, this water is not electrified. Inspect cable. Orange accumulator cable is disappearing through the floor. I'll need to open it if I want to find the power source and turn the accumulator on. What we don't have is the correct setup. Unless the 49 in the garage is part of that. Go check the garage. Just hope Stabby Stabberson. Aha! 18? Oh, it might be that 18 is how much it's going in. Yeah, so we might not know what the output is required yet. Yeah, so 18 is what we get from there. We don't know what the target PSI is for this. We'll have to keep exploring. It is murder o'clock. But unfortunately, we don't know what this is specifically going to. So far as we can tell, when the time comes, what we're going to need to do is power up a device in the attic called the accumulator. Which may or may not be the thing that helps us murder the homunculus that's chasing us. Actually, for those of you who are new here, you may have seen Stabbatha doing their thing. What's up, nerd? And that's a murder. The thing I can't work out, though, is the whole thing with the owner. So when we first started playing this, all the other characters kept banging on about how the owner was there, and the guy wouldn't fucking leave. Like, he wanted to basically invite himself to the party, and it was like, alright, sad old man in the woods, whatever. But now they're saying that he never showed up, he just left a rock under a key. Oh, fuck off, Pete! Been a while, huh? Jeez, things are tough, aren't they? Do we have to go to the attic, Pete? Is that it? Emily's like, I don't understand you. If you know all this, why don't you just tell me what I need to know? Why don't you just help me out of this mess? Pete's like, I don't know anything. I don't know anything that you don't know. Think of me like a college professor who's always staying one step ahead of the class. Get fucked, Pete. Sorry. Emily's like, I'm making this all up as I go along. I don't know shit! Pete's like, then neither do I! Fuck off, Pete. Yeah, I'm with Kestrel on this one. Now, one thing I've been doing intermittently is checking our suitcase. Because at the beginning, our suitcase had like a whole bunch of clothes and stuff in. And then, well, it didn't. We got the whole thing with what's-his-face, Jerky Jerkface over here. Who is making Cliff. Now, who wasn't talking to us at the beginning, now is. So there's a potential that the others are also caught in this time loop. They know that they're coming through, and they can remember the conversations, but they can't reference it. So that's why Cliff was just not speaking to us when we started playing this. And now he's like, oh, what's your step? Starting to think this house is pretty dodgy. Oh, excuse me. So Cliff says, I closed one of these cupboards a minute ago and the damn thing cracked in half. This whole place is like the cheapest quality wood Disneyland. Earlier, Gary opened a closet too fast and the thing almost disintegrated in his hands. What that means is later on, you can only hide in a closet maybe twice. Each time you close it, it breaks a little bit more and you're clearly easily stabbable. Yes, Kestrel, if we consume Pete's internal organs, if we eat his heart like an apple, we get his powers. Cliff's just giving us some stuff about the pumps, how they take fluid from the right setups, but nothing new. That's interesting, the little dude has disappeared. Hey, that sure is a little guy that looks like this little guy. Alright, look out for something that could be a... Because it's Grubsoft, which is the same thing that's been running the Minesweeper, right? I know guinea pigs, I know, I'm not very good at this. You saw that tall-ass tree there, right? I need two of those. Six pairs of feet. And you call yourself a gamer? No! The Daily fucking Mail called me a gamer. Okay. There didn't seem to be anything I could interact with there, so I'm just going to keep trying. Those trees certainly weren't like that before, you know. Yes. Hang on. If this is... Maybe it's circle, circle, and then avoid? And then we just don't get hit. Yes. No, that's got to be something else. Oh, is this not getting good? You would deny me my right as a video gamer? Greylock, can there be spoilers for Street Fighter 6? So in theory, I don't know what those X's and crosses. There's definitely something to this. So there's two. Just assume that we have to avoid hitting eggs now. Oh. Shit! Gary, fuck off! Ems, remember when I talked earlier? I said things were good? Alright, Gary, are you feeling okay? I am! I mean, things are good! Too good. I had this thought. Can't get out of my head. Oh, it's like when we were going conspicuously well for a character on a television show. You know, they're going to die before the end of the episode. I know, Gary! I know. I think I have that too. It's called fatalism. Well, that's way cool. So you can find a Final Fight arcade cab in Street Fighter 6. That's fucking rad. I'm not one for fighting game streams because I can't fight and talk at the same time. Oh, the power's going to go out in a sec anyway. But yeah, those tall trees are new. So, there it is. Piss! Alright, well, it's murder time. I'll tell you what, well, let's go try down the downstairs gas puzzles, because... You'll notice this all has its own independent lock-in system. Just kind of wish we could shut it behind us, but meh, them's the brakes. Alright, so let's write this down. I've got my pad. Okay, so red, blue.
Sings note it's Payne's world. It's Payne's world. Murder time. Excellent. Sings note.
So red, blue, blue, yellow. Then it should be red, yellow. Yep. Now let's see if this pattern repeats. So then it's it's red blue, so it should be red yellow. Sorry, so it'll be blue yellow next. And Fearless, thank you for the bits, friend. Okay, so that's red yellow. So next up, it should be red blue. Yep, so that means it's blue yellow, so we are clear on the next run. Alright, see, I've got my own little... Yeah, Stabman can't... There we go. Alright, so then we get red yellow. So next up is red blue, blue yellow. So we've got a couple seconds. Oh, that's red blue. So then it's blue yellow. Round. Puzzle solving. All right. So next one is us. It's just nice to see the architect from Resident Evil is still getting work, you know? Okay. Alright, we've got to wait for it to go around the hog one more time. But basically, we need the transition from... So we need the next one. And then we have to wait. Where? No! Fuck! It should have been fine. So basically, when it's red-blue, we go into there, we wait a beat, and then we go through into red, and then we go from there. I think. Because after it's red-yellow, then it's going to be red-blue, so we go into yellow, and then we go from yellow to red, and that should be clear. Whew! You know what, Red Burning Dragon? But I think it's fair. If any place is going to get us killed by steam, it's that. I just love how our character specifically brought tap shoes for a relaxing weekend. Okay. At this point, friends, like I feel like I'm just dragging you all with me on a slightly unhinged adventure. Okay, red yellow, which means the next one will be red blue. Yep, which means the next one is safe. Boosh! Oh no! Jake Post's like, well, I did all this meal prep. Find out my stove has no power. Time to order burritos. Oh, I haven't had a burrito in ages. I don't want to say, let alone a good one. There's a place down the road that's supposed to be famous for doing burritos the size of babies. But sadly, quantity does not make the quality. Alright, our next one's going to be blue, yellow, and then we're clear. Yes, that's blue, yellow. But yeah, I've still got a buttload of leftover pasta for lunch, so I am not hurting. Alright, so this is the complicated one. So we just missed when we should have gone in. So after it flashes red, yellow, then we go in. We wait a beat. Yeah, so we're going in on the next one. And then we shift over to red. So that was red, blue. Now the next one's going to be blue, yellow. Getting the red door. Wait. Oh! Or just sprint through. Good work. Good bloody work. Oh, don't tell me there's something in the passage we're going to bloody need. Alright, so we got Mum and Dad, I messed up. I'm sorry, I've been here 14 hours. It's so hot. Please don't feel too bad. Love, Jimmy. Jimmy's fine, but I'm leaving this for posterity. Don't be like Jimmy. Don't worry, buddy. Jimmy is okay. Alright, so this one's going to be tricky. So we are here. We want to be here. 50p and a bag of skips says we can't make the full run. So we need one where yellow is clear. There's only one where yellow is clear. And that's red, blue. Okay. So we go yellow. Oh, no. Maybe? Alright, so I think what we're going to do is on red, blue, we head in. Well, see, Neo Shadow, you're not wrong, but I don't think we have enough time to then transfer, because as soon as the doors open and close, yellow hits again. So what we have to do is go in on yellow, hide in red. So hide in red there. Transfer over to blue on that clanger, and then hit yellow again. So we've basically got to go round the hog. Okay, so we're going to wait for it to do the rounds again. Yeah, so this is when we go in. We make it halfway. We go into red. We wait. Then we go into blue. Alright. Alright. So, in, red, blue, out. In. Red. Fucking haunting. Blue, 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 blue. Oh. Don't have time to read the whole jacket. And then we are out. Almost. We're fine. Oh, we just had to think that Mother Hubbard through, and job's a good un. Alright. Now we know, I guess, how to solve 2, I guess? Parker! I noticed you rang. One of my fellows told me about your little call. I'm disappointed. I hate that you think that I'm ignoring you, and I hate even more how rude you were to my friend about it. I wish you had called me back so we could talk about this like adults. Because the whole reason you've worked yourself into a tizzy is that you've been writing my damn address wrong. Surely you saw on the envelopes of my letters. Double check this next time you send Brian to the post office on your behalf. Please, take some more time, sort yourself out. I'm under very tight deadlines with my exhibition, so I do not have much time to write. I hope you understand. Return to sender, insert address. Clara, congratulations on the conservatory. I trust you have settled in well, and are mingling with your fellow artists, yes? I think so fondly of my days at the Smithson Centre. Things are qualified quieter in the house. Without you. And there's a certain frequency that has dulled. Oh, those rascals continue to tune their guitars and practice their slam poetry late into the night. But the noise cannot drown out the absence that you've left here. I know that I'm loath to say this kind of thing, but I do miss you. Don't forget about us, alright? We await our prodigal daughter's return to the eventual triumphant. Yours sincerely, your dad Parker. Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Yeah, welcome to Homebody. We are in the Resident Evil-y underground of this and getting into the absolute bulk of some puzzles. How are you? As spooky as it sounds, we've currently basically just made ourselves a little anti-bastard bunker, which is nice. I think we can rework this. Where was it? That's a good point. Where was the computer that lets rework this? Look by nearby device. But yeah, so Wheeler Dealer, this is the latest game the Game Grumps have put out, and it is very, very good. I'm currently looking forward to really getting into the meat of this, but it's basically Outer Wilds meets Night Trap. A group of friends head to a little... Oh, someone's mad. Oh, we can't just look through the door, which is annoying. Oh, there we go. A group of friends go to a meteor viewing at a cabin out in the middle of nowhere and are locked in by increasingly ridiculous mechanisms. However, they are also trapped in what seems to be some kind of time loop scenario. Meaning that every time that they get murdered, they all just wake up again in the same house. However, either we are the only person who's experiencing this, or all the kids are. Oh, sorry, I should say they're all grown adults, but they all are, but they can't talk about it for some reason. The puzzles have been fascinating and at times fiendish. And it's really, really good. How's it going with you, friend? Thank you once again to your greater organisation. Whilst I've been kind of pulling myself out the funk the last, let's say this week, I've watched an inordinate amount of both good and shite anime. I watched all of current Fire Force, which is very pretty and utter garbage. I caught up on Overlord, which is inspirational from a game design standpoint. Much like I got reincarnated as a slime. I couldn't call it good by any stretch of the imagination, but the idea of those kinds of titles does show us how far we are from the top of the mountain, even with games like Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld and stuff like that. Like, we're still incredibly incredibly limited in our simulation stuff. And yes, in case you're wondering, I am testing how long we can stay in the anti-bastard bunker. Reincarnated as a fridge. I haven't started watching it. I should. I'll give that one a good. Well, so Greylark, I got reincarnated as slime and Overlord for the idea that when it comes to video games, we don't have really, really good reactive systems still. You know, the idea of being able to create a full-on fantasy world and have it react to everything that we do as a user, we're still light years away from. And no, I don't think ChatGTP and current AI systems are going to solve that. I think someone is going to try and sell you that in the next 12 months. It won't be. But the idea that the things that we do can create, like, notable characters, like advanced versions of the Nemesis system, like, that's things that I think that we as an industry could start working towards. And yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you should watch either of those shows. I'm not saying that Overwatch is good by any stretch of the imagination. It's just a really good indication of what we can still achieve. Oh yeah, no, Ragnar, loads of people are talking about being able to do exactly that, and spoiler, they can't. Because here's the thing, they don't yet have a way to filter anything into a meaningful point. We have NPC generation systems. We've had them for fucking donkey's years, right? That's not hard. It's not hard generating, you know, like quests and story and stuff. It's just we haven't found a way to make them impactful or meaningful in any way. We still lack the ability to create, you know, characters and arcs and things like that. And a good storyteller can take something like Ruin Arc or RimWorld and create characters from those systems, but they're sort of very constrained. Oh no, and Prolo, I absolutely agree with you. Like, both Reincarnated as Slime and Overwatch are kind of the, what if we drop a player in a fantasy world and see them use the systems and, you know, their external knowledge to great effect. Overwatch is not, again, it's not good. You know, it's overwhelming villainy and inconsistent tone. It doesn't lean into any of the elements. Oh, well, Fearless, I'm sorry. It's been dealing with a lot today. I'm sorry I said the wrong thing. I mean, Overwatch is just banality as a shooter. Overlord, my apologies, is, if you're not familiar with the premise, and again, you don't need to watch it, but a guy is sitting in his favourite MMO, and him and his mates all used to play it together, but they've all quit and the servers are getting shut off. So he decided he was going to sit on the servers and just keep playing. And then for whatever reason, he is suddenly his character. It's not explained, he doesn't get truck-cooned or anything, it's just like, bam. So he has no understanding of why he is here, but just that he is now his character and he is in this world. The rest of it is all bleh, to be perfectly honest. But, again, yeah. This is nerve gear. I can't alt F4 this shit. But no. And yeah, Greylark, I did mean Overlord. I guess Overwatch has been on my mind so much because it's been such a fucking disaster. Terror's the lot here. Yeah, let's throw some fire watching. Let's mix it up. Let's get weird with it. But yeah, as I was saying, I don't know if any of those kind of like isekai styles are necessarily good. But it's a really good reminder of how much we have left to be able to do in games. I mean, I used to say the same thing about bloody... What was it? Homestuck, that was it. But the interesting thing about Homestuck is, unlike a lot of these others which are more about content generation, Homestuck is very much a yes and from a gaming perspective. That isn't about generating content based off of fantasy worlds, but player input. Oh, fuck off, you lot. Hey, I mean, Rainier, Overlord isn't very good either, but video shows that attempt to be video games can be very educational for us, because when they're good, they're inspirational. When they're bad, they show us the failings and where we can expand to, you know, at least creatively. Like, the one thing that I do like is a lot of Damien's RPG work feels like the boss battles in Overlord. Because it's just constant buffs and ridiculous spell effects and stacked abilities going like way over. And that is mildly amusing. In case you're vaguely wondering as to the motivation of the character in Overlord, their idea is that they might not be the only player who's stuck in there. So the only way that... So their theory is if they can make the whole world know who they are, then maybe one of their old friends or another player will find out. God. I mean, Ragnar, we can deconstruct Sword Art Online to our heart's content. I don't think it's a good RPG. Although, again, I have nothing that wasn't better summed up by the Mother's Basement video on, you know, video on bad fake games. I can hear the monster, but the monster cannot seem to get to us. It's like 3 AM. Have we tried waiting out the clock yet? Do we know what happens? Oh, yes, if we get to a certain point, we reach like an infinite, like, midnight, don't we? That was it. But, yeah, there we go. So once it hits 4 AM, we end up in the infinite midnight. I wonder if there's anything in that blue hook. Alright, so we want... Okay, yeah, so we want... That's blue-yellow, then red-yellow. I'm going to go try and read the message on that straitjacket before we get cooked. So the next one is red-blue, and then we go in. Sorry, the red-yellow. Now we go in. Yeah, and hey, I'm not dissing anybody on their, like, isekai watching habits. Sometimes we can learn a lot more from bad art than good art, and I think that is where isekai shines. Like, taking dumb elements and carrying them forward. Alright, examine the jacket. The jacket hanging the hook, there's a note in the pocket. Gary, me and the others have been going through the steam tunnels backwards, starting from the young yellow hallway, just for sport, you know? It's not easy, but it's doable. Just be careful the roundabout, since going straight from red to yellow is a bad idea. Signed, Jimmy. Alright. But I think the reason why a lot of isekais, while they aren't necessarily good shows, they can be quite inspirational, is because they look at a lot of things from a player's perspective without the consideration of, like, the systems. Oh, what's it called? Log Art Online or what have you does some very, very interesting stuff. There's one which is like, yes, I know guinea pigs. You have very strong opinions on isekai. There was one which was like, I didn't know what I was doing, so I accidentally buffed nothing but defense, which I thought was a very, very new user concept. Okay, so I apologise for using the term isekai wrong. You lot are being fucking sticklers for specifics. The point was more that if we look at it from a gameplay standpoint, the user's perspective is what's taken into consideration. You know, the fact that players will just grind out and just get their defense to maximum because they don't want to lose. Players do stuff like that. And with a lot of these brand new AI-generated bollocks ideas, they're not taking into consideration the users at all. That's where I was going at it. God. Go die in some tunnels. Right, how the feck am I out? So if I want to get to blue, so I guess I need blue, yellow. So red, blue. Alright, so blue, yellow is the next one. Then it's red, yellow. And there is nothing in here. And the next one is red, blue. Go into the bloody door! Alright. Okay. We're at the infinite 12 a.m. So it's red, blue now. It's be blue, yellow next. So it's the one after that. Okay. So Earthman Dave, at the end of these tunnels, we found a solution to one of the problems. And just at the moment, we're just kind of experimenting with how far we can push this. Rainier, I'll see your as a good band name and raise you a great 24-hour diner. Oh, I fucked up. Ah, well. Death comes for us all. No! Okay! Nailed it. Alright, so we know Stabby Man cannot get through the... we know he cannot get through the steam there, so that's pretty good. Is it me or has Stabby gotten ganglier? Remember Stabby being beefier when we started? Fuck off, Pete. Hey, Emily, things must have been heard, haven't they? No fucking shit, Pete! Ghost Pete! What's the feel is... So Stabby always gets you in one. And they don't seem to move too much faster. Even like the Infinite Midnight. But I remember them being beefier. They're gangly now. There's a haunting element to it. I'm trying to... Like... I don't know. I'd have to go back and like look at the... I don't know. There's something weird about it all. It's almost like it's like our gangly bugger has changed. Pete's like, where do you want control on from? Where do you want to set it to? Half an hour. Get fucked, Pete! Okay. However, if we can find the... Okay. What I will say though is now in the garage... In the garage, we now have some setups which we can apply. Oh, I forgot about the downstairs here. We got stabbed up, didn't we? Ah, yes. So this was the plans for the cellar PSI. So we managed to crack that one. And this was Clara Johnson getting their acceptance letter. And this was the door for 2. Really not digging these mannequins. But round here... Wait. Yeah, it's this machine. So currently it's set up for number 1, right? Which is this. So it goes from there, it goes to there. So then the 2 panel... We need to basically line it up from there to there. Maybe. And that would allow us... I don't think we've encountered the 3 door yet. So in theory... Door number 2 is now open. I'm a fucking genius! The only thing I'll put on the cap about the trash tier Animu conversation is just that there is a lot of value in... Alright, so how does this help us? There's a lot of value in looking at media that does essentially like fake video games, right? Because they're not constrained by the same problems that we have, which is how in the ruddy hell do we make this stuff? See, the only challenge you have is like creativity, and going from there... You can really see what it is from a user's perspective that they want, or potentially want, from the video games. Angel Kalina, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Ah, alright. So we have to change it back to 1. Wait, is that why? Because to open 3, we have to go the other way. So it needs to be a big old question mark. Oh, okay. So if we turn all this off, I'm just experimenting now. Does that lock the number 2 door? Does it close it? Yeah, so it closes the door if it's not open. I get it now. So the TLDR being friends, we need to be able to open both 2 and 3 together. Sorry. 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2. 3. 1, 2. Yeah, so we have to be able to open 2 and 3 together. That's where we're going backwards through the gas maze. Motorface is going to be up in a sec, so let's get to stashing. So Mortal End was asking thoughts on .hack. .hack is very much a creature of its time. Yeah, C3 needs to get... Hang on. I guess we don't know all of the blocks for 3, but in theory, 2 and 3 should open at the same time. Yeah, I'm missing something here. Definitely missing something here.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I mean, you're not wrong.
How does Yoda say T for 4? 44.
Sorry, Favor 6, thank you for... Bloody hell. 44 months, you know, just a small, short jaunt down memory lane. J-Po's got beer and burritos? Well... Good for you. No, we can't click outside. But it makes me wonder if the order in which we fail is a different puzzle. But yeah, so .hack was fascinating because it was very much based around the old model of MMOs. And then turning that, like, pre-World of Warcraft philosophy into a more traditional JRPG with MMO trappings, which is a fascinating concept. God, I just keep thinking of this, because we've seen that little guy before. Maybe if we go far enough into the game, we can get him to, like, a little bridge or something? Alright, okay, so the plaque says, Botanical Garden, studios made space, possible nest. No, there's nothing hinty about it. Okay, so that's completely destroyed. So yeah, the TLDR is that the 3 and 4 apparently... sorry, 3 and 2 apparently have the same solution, right? But 1's the only one that we can't solve in that manner. So we basically have to come backwards through the gas maze. Alright, where's Stabitha? Oh, we can just hit the sound button. Summon a good stabbing. Ugh. Say, look, Stabitha, some of us have fucking places to be. I know, everyone's super duper dead. Yeah, I know the doors. How elaborate do we have to make this fight? Get down here! No, you know what? I think the face has changed. It used to have, like, eyes and stuff on. Now it's got, like, a weird spiral. Something has definitely changed. Alright. So we got the door. Dinosaur. No, I don't fucking care about the fucking paper! And... oh, you're fucking kidding me. I was like, I've got this. There was a little dog. Bingo was his name. Well, the other possibility is that we're not the only people in this loop, you know? But 3's not opened. So that's the bit that I can't work out. We've seen the 1 panel. We've seen the 3 panel. Oh, we're missing something. Because, like, the 3 is the other door that we need to work out, right? Because it's not showing up on our hints. Okay, okay. Perhaps there's something in the attic we've missed? Okay, that was worth a shot. Oh, sorry, and Vanderbeast, thank you for filling the pint glass here as I try and brute force my brain. Because in theory, No, there's too many permutations, right? So we know that 2 has to go from here to here, right? And we know that if we can connect 1, the switch locks up. Which means that there has to be a pathway across that grid that unlocks 3. Now, to my understanding, I don't know if I screenshotted it on Steam, but to my understanding, we know what parts of 3 have to be connected. We just haven't gotten there. Ah, balls. Oh, to the Orion Pirate, Watto, and welcome. So, Orion Pirate aside, maybe we've had one thing that was a bit spoopy, but this is definitely more puzzles than jump scares, like 100%. Sorry, I turned the fan. It's bloody warm today. Hopefully that doesn't come across on the mic. Yeah, like... Right now, we're trying to work out this particular puzzle. So, we have these 2 panels, right? One leads from here to here. One leads from here to here. We can connect them. Wait, what if we have to combine all the X's? No, because that would still cross it off. Ah. Well, I tell you what, let's try going back through the puzzle with just 2 open and see what that gets us. Because that we know. Because, like, there's 1 X there. There was 2 there. I'll start taking some screenshots of these. Oh shit, and this one's different as well. Anyway, this shit is fascinating, but quite complicated. Hang on, and I know which 2 were marked up on the number 3 upstairs. Like, maybe it's... I don't really know! The utility bill is just about the power. There's a core piece we're missing. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. These 2 were definitely marked. Hey!
Humble store purchase made for $13.99.
Feckin' yo. Oh. So I'm so feckin' in the zone. Melting my own little brain there. It's like, I know the next step in this. So Neo Shadow, you're not wrong. All the X's may make a path. But the X's, if all layered on top of each other, actually remove the one that we need. So yeah, here's the one from downstairs. I'm just print screening those. So like, this door cannot open because that line is crossing that X. So the 2 and 1 doors cannot be open at the same time. But by my understanding, 3 should be the same configuration as 2, right? Fucking right? You already told me how to solve this one, didn't you? 2, 3, 4. Oh, I biffed it. I think one needs to be in the middle. Thank you, Fee. I was, you know what? I was faffing about when I should have been paying attention. Alright, well, let's go find Stabatha and zip back around again. Alright, well, Stabby will be down here in a sec. Did you hear something? Yeah, something fell to the ground. Alright, sup, Stabby? Neosto, so Stabatha was actually a name for a mystical blade that somebody came up with, and it's happily stuck with me for a while. That's interesting. What the fuck? It said examine body. Can I have a glass of water? I'm thirsty. I'm going to take a nap. What the fuck is going on? So the pigeon, the bird and stuff got knocked over. Whatever that is, it's horrifying. Oh, yeah, Gary just got feckin' murdered through the wall. You had a bad time, didn't you, Gary? No takesy-backsies. Excuse me, someone was trying to get fucking murdered here! Boop, boop! Okay. Oh, Pete's gonna patronize me again. But 6 pairs of feet. I've written down the pump puzzle. So, Minesweeper and Purd Mystery seem like they're connected somehow, but they were made by the same company, Grubsoft. I bet Megan does. Oh, we were supposed to talk about Megan about video games. Enough patronizing. Subscribe to his Patreon. Get out of my house. Alright, Megan, I need to ask you about video games. Now, do you know anything about a game called Minesweeper? It's impossible. Hey, have you heard of this game called Solitaire? I see it's on some video game consoles. Fuck you. Minesweeper. The Grubsoft game. You know of it? Yeah, I do. So, it's the latest. It's the last game Grubsoft released, as far as I know, and it really is impossible. The story is that a disgruntled employee at Grubsoft was so miserable shoveling out their last few games that he swapped out the code at the last minute for a duplication, so the game would be totally impossible to win. Really is impossible. So I guess I'm out of luck. So it's impossible to win, yes, but I've heard there's a secret to unlock that's tied to the Purd mystery of all things. Apparently there's a maximum score in Purd mystery where your points stop increasing. I've never gotten to it. Once you reach it, there's a hidden area. Okay. The shape of the combination in Purd mystery is connected visually to a hidden sequence in Minesweeper. Alright. So, we've got the code. I've just got to get the high score. Alright, friends, if you want to go grab yourself a cup of tea or a snack, I got a video game. So I got to see if I can hit the maximum score on bird shit o'clock. I'm playing this with mouse and keyboard as well. Honestly, I can just farm the shit out of this. Oh god, I bet the fucking Minesweeper puzzle is what tells us the combination. Okay, so yeah, we've hit the maximum score point. So now we need to get to... There we go. Alright, question mark, question mark. Okay. So then it's circle, circle, X, dash X. Circle, circle. So I guess one. So maybe it's leave the first two, hit the first. All right. So circle, circle, XX, then X, X. Yeah, there's 4 rows. So hang on. So that would be. Then it would be the first one, second one, and then the first 2. Six Pairs of Feet says the score is 16 digits and there are 16 crosses. So 0, 0. Oh shit, 0, 0, 1, 6. 6,
Reactor
7,
online. Sensors
15.
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
So do you think it would...
Hi.
Oh, to Lily Longbean. It has been 1,000 years. Watto and welcome. Bear with me. We're trying to solve janky puzzles. Oh! 6 Pairs of Feet. You got it way before I did. It's 16, 6, 7, 15. Boosh! But no, so Lily, thank you for 51 months. I know we haven't gotten to hang out as much as, but that whole time you've been keeping that going. So seriously, thank you. Alright? Forgive me while I'm in, like, excuse me, like, puzzle brain mode. But yeah, so 16. There we go. 6. Piss. 16. 6, 7, and then 15. No one knows how cool we are. So this is the Easter egg Mega mentioned, and this is the this ties to Minesweeper somehow. Yeah, this is also on a 4x4 grid, so I'll take a quick screenshot of it just in case, but... yeah, it's definitely valid. Where was Minesweeper? Minesweeper was down... oh, okay, yeah, so we haven't done this puzzle yet, which means we can just head downstairs. Yeah, Dustin, I think you're right. I think that's the combination. Get there before the power pops off. I think it's this one. Yes. And Quasi-Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Think we've cracked it. No, no, get out. Get out. Flip the switch. There we go. Alright. So yeah, we'll do them in order. So it was 16, 6, 7, 15. Ha-ha! We are so smart! We are so smart! Alright, so here's the rejection letter. Mr. Nest, while we are grateful to have received your submission for Come Hell or High Waters, unfortunately it does not fit our future plans for publication. We recommend your highly original gonzo approach and encourage you to continue submitting your work to other publications that may be better fit for your unique voice. Regards, Rogerald Dickerson, Legend of the Astonishment. Newspapers, there sure is a lot. It's a mountain of copies of newspapers from the 70s. Like Nest drove around town buying every copy he could. There's a section promises an article called It's Happening Last Tuesday. Read it. Chimperton, happening last Tuesday. A group of young men and women ran a gamut of creatures and professional aspirations. A writer here, a hyper-realist painter there, an industrial engineer turned performance artist besides. The latter would be Clara Jones, whose reputation rapidly rose at the past year as holder of revitalist happenings of the highest order. Her work dazzling and frustrating poets and academics alike. Just last week, the group which Jones belonged to gathered in a disused steel plant beneath a meteor shower to take in her latest work, orchestrated with her creative partner, Parker Nest who owns the house. Also, these splodges of paint are very specific. I'm sure you will notice that as well. There we go! A diagram of panel labelled 3. Next to it is a sales brochure for British Conduit Wave Modular Array. Those panels I've been seeing around. It says the benefit of the design is that you can combine panel layouts to direct power in multiple ways at once. Guess it means you can combine multiple solutions so long as you avoid the X's from both diagrams. Biggity bam! Check out our puzzle solving jam. Now the power's out, but we can still potentially go do, like, if we can get into the garage without being stabbed in the gabber, or the stabber, as I like to call it, then we can definitely give this a go. Oh, we've all been there, Jim. We've all been there. Usually after far too much tequila. Jim was saying they know it's meteor shower, but they keep hearing it as meteor shower. It's making me hungry. Okay, so now we know what we have to do. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Right. So, yeah, here's the 3 panel. So we go bam, 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 bam. Yo, where did I go wrong here? Oh, wait, what's the 2-1 say? Oh, not that one. Alright, so we have to go beneath. Oh, well, that's just mean. So it's those 2 there. So that's 2. Now 3's mad at me. God, I need to layer these over each other. Alright. It's time to draw things. Alright, so it's a 6x6 grid. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so now we've got our little grid. Got our little grid here. I'm just going to cross off everything that is a no-no. So, can't be that one. Can't be that one. It cannot be these 2. And it cannot be these 2. Also, fuck that guy. Now we go over to 2. God, this is like dietary requirements when trying to feed everybody at a convention. Okay, so 3 in and up. That's a no-no. Bottom corner, that's not happening. That one, go directly to jail. And that's 4 in. Okay, you're right, we have a path. So, yeah, Prolo and Peeps, you definitely cracked it before I did. Sometimes you just gotta do art math. There we go! And on the plus side, we know Spooky Guy can't stand the steam. So that gives us plenty of time to go through this. But it does mean we've got to do this backwards. And this puzzle's the one that feckins bad times. So that's blue-yellow, then it's red-yellow. After red-yellow, we go... Yes, we go into the next one. It's red, blue, and then feck off. I got this. We trained for this. Oh, my feckin' life! Red! 6 of it, I'm also disappointed the solution wasn't the cool S. Some kind of angry dick butt. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Run, 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 run. Yes! No! Oh, we're alright. We are not dead! No, I gotta remember this one. Okay. So we need... Yeah. So when it is blue and yellow, we go, and I think that's now, so we've got to wait for it to go around the hog. No, okay, so we go on the next one. Don't go yellow, we go blue. Then yellow's clear. It is going to be very interesting comparing this with the Alone in the Dark remake that's coming, because I honestly think this is going to hit the beat a lot better. Okay, so the room ahead is blue, so we're clear on the next one. After that is red. And what I do love about these puzzles is that it's less about like find switch, hit switch, and it is about knowledge. Alright, so that's blue, red. The next one will be blue, yellow, so we're clear. I don't know if I've spoken to you all about this, but I did play the prologue for the Alone in the Dark reboot, and it is very competently put together, but I think it is unlikely that it's going to be a success, if you know what I mean. Ah, and Stabby can't get through because the main door is closed. Oh, God. This is bad, isn't it? Right, so inspect statue. I don't like it. Read messy letter. Clara, do you remember when you pulled me aside after our last performance together? We both caked in plaster. You were a dear, and I had been so unpleasant that day, neurotic and lashing out. And you said, Parker, one of these days you need to ask yourself, why do you need to manufacture a bad guy? And I laughed. I laughed at you. I want to grab that young man by the ears and thrash him. Petty fool. I could have said this to you even once, and I never did. You are not only a genius, but you're an indescribably better emotional being than I am. I have never been more enchanted with the things a person creates. The work we did together felt like puzzle pieces fitting, finally being able to breathe. I hated my work less then, knowing my myriad of weaknesses had the honor of existing alongside your strengths. And what did I do with that? Laughed. Sometimes I wish you were here, and I'm sorry. Alright, so first things first, read the rejection letter. Yeah, we're getting into some... getting into some weird shit here! Eulogy of the chosen few. Oh, I think this is some of his writing. It was aliens all along! Oh, my word! He got turned into a baby? Oh no, he got turned into a baby by aliens! That's the worst! Anyway, to whom it may concern, thank you for submitting to for your submission to the Eulogy of the Chosen Few. As ours is a short fiction anthology magazine, we regret to inform you we were currently uninterested in a manuscript longer than 2 single pages. Before submitting again, we suggest you pare down your 120 page work down to fit these specifications. Sincerely, Al Soward, Assistant to the Editor, Tales of the Terrifying and Titillate. Okay, so. Guessing turning on this thing adds a unit of power to the accumulator. Good thing there's a shortcut back here since I'll need to do it again to power this whole thing up. So the shortcut through is actually, you know what? Partially taking the screen of that one just in case. Yeah, I don't think people got his brilliance of his giganticized, what was it? Many hundred. Hang on. No, just Interesting. So I believe there were 2 power sources for the accumulator, right? There was this one, and then there was the other one. Which does mean we don't need to go through the rigmarole of going through the maze next time. I wonder if the... Examine the light. I do wonder if that's where the homunculus is being held before we get in there. Anyway, who feels like a little spa day? A little spark of the good steam. Clear out those pores. Super clean. Not a pore in sight. Here? Pete will remember that, indeed. Also, I think it means, yeah, we just head down here. We hit this. Bam, bam, bam. And then we go kablam. Oh, for here, we go 1, 2, 3, 4 PSI. I wrote it down this time. So that door is then open. Creepy mask. This one's usually open. Job's good. So we go out here. This is already mostly solved. So 9009. The fact that it isn't 8008 is an absolute fucking travesty, but alright. It is the weirdest little hedge maze. Right, so the power is now on. Then... Oh, where is that? Oh, wait! Okay. The controls can be a little challenging at times, I will say that. But it's tank controls, we've all been there. So then we hit here. And for here we've got the upstairs combination. Cross. So, cross, wiggly, wiggly, cross. Then it is wiggly, 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 cross. Then it is cross, wiggly, 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 wiggly. But with the wiggly, wigglies connecting. Wiggly, wiggly, cross, wiggly, wiggly. And then last but by no means least, cross. Wiggly, wiggly. So that opens the upstairs. See, I love the fact, like, 6 pairs of feet, you're still continuing with this. One thing. Forget. What was the solution to this one again? Now, I had a feeling, though, you know, it could be that for the downstairs, like, it's the last of the PSI that we're supposed to go for, so the final one's supposed to be 18, not anything else. Oh, also, I realised that we didn't really celebrate it, but Everhood 2 was announced. Which appears to have weapon classes and a 3D art style, which will be fascinating. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so now we're upstairs by the accumulator. Oh! I can flip the switch on because the power's working. Ah, yes, that was what got us into the downstairs. The adjoining area. Yeah, so we've got the blue power coming in. So we still need orange and red. We have no idea what this fucking thing is. Sounds like opening this machine makes something break downstairs. The wire is still live. And yes, if you grab it, it does fuck up your day. Oh no, so Jim, I do think that Space Marine is going to be an absolute banger. Where are my fucking manners? Whichever of you lovely Mother Hubbards picked up... Oh, we didn't open that door. Oh shit, yeah, I wonder if we can see the monster. Actually, I don't even know if we worked out how to use this one. Because the synthesizer was 3 across the board. And 1, 2, 3. I keep forgetting that we can... So memory log updated. Yeah, so these are all coming together for the accumulator. And I have a feeling... Hey! Afternoon, Hunter. Hello, hello. In the words of a Benihana chef, please don't get stabbed. How are you doing? What the fuck? That thing is totally different! Called it! Look at it! It's got a wibbly face! Oh, piss off, Pete! Hang on. So, Hunter, Otto and welcome. How are you doing? This is Homebody. This is very, very good. And to you and yours, if you want to tap out to avoid spoilers, I completely understand. This is an excellent, excellent puzzle game. The Longship are currently mocking me shamelessly because I kept saying Overwatch instead of Overlord earlier. And I thought they were going to tucker themselves out on it. They have not. It continues.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Salutations and greetings from Eorzea. The plot, as always, doth thicken.
Indeed. Thank you for 17 months. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Tell me your tales. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Someone earlier picked up something on the Humble Bundle partner link, and I was so in the puzzle hole that I didn't even react. So Pete says, do you hear it, Emily? Emily says, what? This feeling of being alive. There's a vibration. A hum to it. Fuck you, Pete! I never noticed before. It's getting quieter now. Fuck you, Pete! See you later. You're no help! You're not my friend! Eat farts with a spoon! Okay. Rip it, touch it off. Hunters have been playing Street Fighter 6 this week, and between Final Fantasy 14, it's a blast. Their reflexes have never shaken off. So much rust in a week. Oh, hey, Manos, have you not heard that one? They eat farts with a spoon. If you stick around here long enough, I'll either give you some wonderful insults to throw at people, or we'll come up with some new ones. A few years back, I was striving to take a lot of gender norms out of my cussing, and it led me to some very creative and sometimes fucking disgusting things to yell at people that were not derogatory to any gender group or otherwise. And it was a very, very interesting exercise. I do like talking on the etymology of swearing, or I should say, the etymology of cursing, because, like, saying fuck doesn't have the impact. Telling someone, you know, to gobble farts with a spoon, if it hits, if their mind even latches on for a second onto the logistics of how that would work, you've won. You have cursed them. You have put an idea in another person's mind, and that is a curse. But what I was going to say, friends, I am going to just quickly nuke myself up some food before we continue, because I just realised that I'm ravenously hungry. But I just wanted to say a big thank you to whoever was picking up the stuff in the Humble store. You know, I also I wanted to take a brief little moment while things aren't popping up to say yet another thank you to you all for all the stress and worries of the world, for everything that's happening to so many people all at once. Like, y'all are still keeping me here in this chair hanging out with you lot, you know? This game is fucking brilliant, and I thought we'd spend a day on it and just kind of like go through some spoops and be like, wow, the Game Grumps sure did make a spoopy game. But I am fucking enamored with the way this is unfurling and the puzzles. You know, it does that one thing that puzzle games do so well, which is making you feel like a fucking genius when you start cracking things open. What I'm going to do in our next run is I'm going to beeline for the downstairs and look into the elevator to see if we can see the eyes of the monster. So that is my goal. Kestrel said they started telling people they look like they drop common loot. Yeah. You look like I would skip every single dialogue choice. You have the same consistency as 4-week-old kale from the back of my fridge. For the record, friends, Dustin and 6 Pairs of Feet are still continuing. It has been hours! What Okay, so, I'm just gonna quickly reheat some pasta, because I'm gonna need calories to get through this. Yeah, see, shabby loony, shabby loony. That's what you want from a good curse. It doesn't always have to be, you know, full of, you know, C-bombs and what have you to be impactful. When you curse somebody, you want them to think about it. Like, you are clearly not your parents' favorite. Things like that. Like, that's one that if it lands, it will sting for years. I don't know, it's a mean one. Like, stack that in your back pocket for when you need it. Oh, right. Food, and then puzzles. Why do doing puzzles make me hungry? And before I head off, Prolo is entirely correct. She was saying that if you need a quick, like, off-the-cuff insult for someone, take a good curse word, a good swear, and combine it with a small mammal. Fuck weasel. Shit nugget. Bastard rat. You look like you disappoint the otters at the zoo. Right. Okay, I mean it this time. I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back in just a sec. I mean, Rat Bastard is a classic. God, see, as soon as we get into the top... As soon as I want to make some food, you all start talking about stuff I want to talk about. Enjoy some smooth jams. Alright, to be continued. So you're probably thinking, Will, boy, you sure did go out there and not come back with reheated pasta like you said you were gonna. Fiona found a packet of puff pastry in the back of the fridge that's about to go off. So guess who's getting sausage rolls? Guess who's getting sausage rolls? It's me. Like, I'm not a rich man, as is well documented. I don't have, like, big things happen. So when little things happen, like sausage rolls, you better believe I am genuinely stoked. Okay. Smooth jams. Oh no, Fearless. Not the Trader Joe's kind. The homemade kind. Homemade sausage rolls are happening. And they are superior to Greg's quality. Or it's just been so long that since I've had Greg's that I can't compare. Anyway. We're gonna go... Oh, Angel Cleaner's having hamburgers. Oh, good stuff. You know what? I think that's the sign of humanity of a person. Prolo was saying that even if she were the richest woman on the earth, still be stoked to have sausage rolls. That's how you know you've still got your soul. If sausage rolls are more important. Okay, so the elevator has not changed, the lights haven't moved, and the monster is not in there. Like, if we were very clever, we could probably time it around 9 PM to see if it's doable, but yeah. So I think I know what we gotta do. We got to do this puzzle, and we've got to do the other bathroom puzzle, because I think 18 is what we need to get in, because that's how much fluid is left over, or at least how much, like, PSI. Dustin and 6 pairs of feet are still trolling me. And at this point, like, the commitment to the bit is inspiring and also terrifying. What was it? My brain's yellow. It was 2 here. Are we gonna go full Yaya Ding Dong? Well, okay, the Yaya Ding Dong incident has proven something, that the longship is capable of destroying itself for the bit. Like, the longship doesn't actually have any chill. Alright. So there's 18 left. Now, does that mean we know that the PSI downstairs has to be 18? Let's find out. And yes, one should never go full Yaya Ding Dong. Well, J-Post, it's not that. It's like, okay, I wouldn't say that I am a big deal, right? But what I would say is that... Okay, so we know there's 18 available downstairs. Alright, Jimenez, let's see if we can work out what we need for the PSI. But yeah, Oh no! Phyllis, I'm so sorry! Phyllis was saying they missed a meeting because of the Yaya Ding Dong incident. I'm so sorry, friend. But yeah, Okay, is the water electrified? No. Alright. I misread. Alright, so let's examine some of the notes. 10, 9, 11. We know 12 is missing from upstairs. There's a note to Parker to retrieve the instructions from Industrial Group first, rewind, and then print. This is all you ever use the mainframe for, so I don't know why it's so hard to remember. In case you forgot, Calibration guide for the mainframe is in study. Caution wet floor. Oh, sorry. Alright, so let's inspect the mainframe. Alright, nothing to be doing there. Oh, good. Made it say F. There's a lot of things here. And to think that we were literally where we needed to be. Yeah, F's in chat, my friends. Let's get that F looking snappy. Alright, but we have seen that 12 before. Alright, so we don't know what the fluid output is supposed to be. We could brute force it, but that feels like an exercise in futility. 10, 12, 9, 11. So let's go upstairs into the study and find out what that is. What the fuck? Why the fuck is this thing got some strange ass fucking open face? Yeah. Alright, 50p and a bag of skips. That's the Clara we've been hearing about. Because it was like the Immortal Society. Alright. Okay. Yeah, it's got a weird Demigorgon setup. Sadly, Kestrel, we didn't fucking pack our flamethrower. I said we were going to need it, but no. Will's been overly cautious. Alright, so what was the downstairs? It was like... Wait, is it not made memories for, Oh, stupid gin. Sticky notes. Alright, 10, 12... Because there's the missing 12. So yeah, we want 10... We want 10... 12... 9, 11. Alright. This drawer is full of dirt. Some mysteries are best left unsolved. Dirt. Then 12. It's 120 for the book Glass Darkly. Dirt Darkly? That's a good name for a fucking character. Alright, then 9. Drawer is full of rubber bands. Dirk Dartley, rubber. This could get weird. And then 11. Oh! What the fuck? Well. Dirk Dartley, private eye. I'm from the north. Right. It feels like this is going to come into its own. Let's just make sure we got a... Yeah, okay. Look how Francine's just not fast. Emily, I don't know what's wrong between me and the others, but I can see that something is wrong. Somehow, I think you have something to do with it. Francine, you don't have to say anything. There's nothing to discuss. I don't know if we could discuss it if we wanted to, which I don't. Alright, so, weirdly, Francine... I think we're not the only ones aware of the time loop. I just think that... should probably do the toilet puzzle while we're up here, just in case.
Vacuum in here. I've had like the perma sniffles for like a few days, and not in the I'm feeling unwell kind. In the why have I got a runny nose all the time? Oh, it's fucking dusty as shit. No, no. Doing this on purpose. You're doing this on purpose. Well, Dustin, you're not the first person. It is continuing to make me laugh. To the tune of Secret Puddle. The Secret Tunnel. Toilet puzzle! Toilet puzzle. Through the mountain. One of my favourite things, 1, 2, 3, 4, online that I found recently is Avatar Kyoshi. Basically shit-talking everybody through... the entirety of both Avatar, of Aang and Korra's adventures. I was going to say Avatar adventures. And it continues to be one of my favourite things of absolute feckin' nonsense. It is interesting how that thing came down this way, though. Okay, so currently it said... Parker, first rewind and then print. This is all you ever use the mainframe for. So rewind. Okay, so that's one of the shapes. And I guess we go to the other control panel to get it working. Which does indeed beg the question, how the fuck do we rotate it? It's very strange. Alright. Aha! Yeah, the first one we sort the rotation, the second one we fix the alignment. And Manners, you are spot on, friend. Yeah, now, in theory, we have fucked up. But I don't know what advanced does, but we'll find out. It's wrong! Yeah, I got it backwards. I failed the don't get it twisted test. I will say the one thing this game is doing so well, and I apologise that it's kind of killing my ability to converse, but like... it creates these puzzles where a little bit of experimentation shows you a lot. Okay, and the next one we needed was print. So, like, with a little bit of experimentation, it's not too difficult to work out. So now, turn that one. What was print? Oh yeah, so print, we're just gonna... Where? Are we on a time limit downstairs? Oh, shit! Alright, Cliff's being weird again. Cliff's like, well, Emily, looks like it's your lucky day. And I was like, huh? We're here. I was like, wait, so the roadhouse burnt down? Guess so, says Cliff. So, Jimenez, I think that the top of the building got hit by lightning. But usually the lightning strike is signified by, like, about, like, 9:15 when the power goes out and the creature gets released. So, I guess there must be a second strike at, like, 10. Megan says, welcome back to town, Emily! Cliff said, I wasn't expecting felony arson on this trip because I refused to become an accessory after the fact. Gary's like, don't worry! Finger guns! I left a note saying you did it! I mean, Kestrel, you're not wrong, and that is what upsets me. Megan adds, according to my phone, it burnt down almost a year ago. And Francine Dad says the website was the website said it was open. Oh, it's open, all right. I'm a climb on a hot dog. Cliff says, me too. Francine, do not get on the hot dog. Guys, I'm serious. Don't be idiots. I can't believe I dragged us all the way out here for this. Where's Pete? Oh, he's just fucking there being weird. Pete, you knew? Well, why didn't you tell us? Oh man, Pete, you sure do make some good spooky points. Pete. God, somebody's gonna get hurt climbing on this dog. I just know it. Oh, come on, Francine. They're adults. What's the worst that could happen? Emily says, you should know that by now. Emily also adds, why does the hot dog have bastard written on it? Quote of the day. Francine just adds, I don't know. Also, I don't know if you're seeing it, there's little skims of the meteors. Gary says, I am a bastard! You're not a bastard, Gary. Get off the hot dog. Francine is very patient. Francine adds, it's not like anyone listens to me. Why should they start now? And Emily adds, you just gotta let go what you can't control, Francine. Francine says, I think you'd like it better when I was beneath you. Oh my! Emily's just asking Megan, like, did you hear all that? Like, what did I mess up? Megan adds, well, Francine loves a plan. I know you and I don't care, but she does. I know, I just don't want her to be stressed about it. And it's like, okay, I get that, but still, maybe not the first thing I would have said to my best friend who I hadn't seen in a year. Oh, Hunter, if I didn't have sausage rolls on the way, I could do like a damage to like a gaggle of Costco hot dogs right now. It really isn't a day on the long ship if we don't end up either hungry or buying new indie games. I have noticed that. And it's like, well, guess I whiffed that one. And it's like, nah. Things are just changing around here faster than we can keep up with. Now, we're in a memory. I can say, do you know about the time loop nest and the thing with the knife? Something else is going to come out that I want to try. And Emily just adds, yup. Like, it's almost like we're caught in these little vignettes. This isn't a flashback. This is happening to Emily or re-happening to them right now. Mateus says, next tip, hungry for indie games. Ah, yes, but Mateus, what is a hunger that cannot be sated? Indie video game? Sorry, why do you lot part with me again? Megan says, like, the first time we did this, we didn't need to plan shit, it just happened. The only reason we ended up here was because we thought the giant hot dog was some kind of tourist trap, which it was. Decades before it became a gnarly karaoke joint, and when they kicked us out at 2 a.m., us drunk idiots saw stars streaking across the sky. It was amazing. Dice Goddess says they've been thirsty for indie games before, and I feel that's different. It is. See also Paradise Killer and Heaven Will Be Mine. Mateus, you are entirely correct. Megan's just adding that even Cliff was super earnest and positive. If you didn't see the previous thing, so Cliff, the gangly one who was initially very mean to us, is not a very, very genuine person, but they've realised they're kind of...
Not gonna lie, I just got into that line about getting kicked out of a place all drunk and I thought for a moment you were telling another story of past Will.
I mean, you're not wrong, but that has only mostly happened because of, living in places that have like a 2 a.m. cutoff, rather than, for example, rolling until... rather than getting kicked out because I was too drunk, it's usually because I was there when it came to a close. So, that's more the case. And also, Bacon, thank you for the bits, friends. Dustin, see, the thing is, I don't know where you are in the Memnol re-listen or rewatch. So I can't even joke with you, because I don't know... I don't even know. Well, so sorry, you don't even know. But yeah, so it basically seems like this was friend group. They've all had their problems. They've all kind of grown apart. Emily moved to the city and has been doing, I guess, pretty well work-wise. But the rest of them kind of stayed. And the reason that we're in this spooky house to begin with is that Gary organises a big get-together once a year where they watch these this meteor shower thing. But in actuality, as we've come to realise, it's just Gary's way of trying to keep the group together. Like, everyone comes together... Dustin, you don't know. That's the thing. But this is Gary's way of keeping the group together. And as we see these little kind of vignettes, we start to understand how important they were. And the thing was, Emily almost didn't go to this spooky night. Emily was freaking out on the side of the road and was going to drive home and then didn't. So, boosh. And then 20 minutes later, when it was his turn again, he gets up and does Sandy again, only this time without the impression. Ah, yes, the friend who's so drunk they do the same karaoke song twice. Now that is one I know. Megan's just said, Emily said that they hid out when their friend did the sequel in a bar bathroom. Oh, they're not that bad. I did used to know a friend whose toxic trait was getting drunk, putting on Smash Mouth All-Star at a karaoke joint, on the main stage, and waiting to see who got up and not doing it themselves. Emily was saying, I wonder if the bathroom at the Roadhouse is better now it's a burnt out husk. And then adds, I wonder if I'm better as a burnt out husk. And it's like, now, everyone's happy you're here. And it's pretty touching that you come all this way just to see us. Emily adds, actually I'm in town for a funeral. My grandma died. This is something we knew from one of the previous cutscenes. Megan's like, I'm so sorry. Emily's like, no, really, it's okay. I don't really feel anything about it. Like, except that I'm a monster for not feeling anything about it. Megan adds, someone guilting themselves for a feeling has not ever once in human history gotten rid of that feeling. This is the realest shit! Emily adds, yeah, so I guess I'm stuck with it. I'm just relieved she's not suffering anymore. Watching her regression to the point she thought we were all dead people coming together was pretty devastating. Megan's like, that can happen? Emma's like, yeah, it's pretty par for the course with Alzheimer's. Going back to an earlier time in the brain, singing songs from childhood. There's also a delusion you can have where you think everyone in your life has been replaced with imposters. Crapgrass disorder or something. Oh, good. That's horrible. Nope. Emily adds, yup. No! That's Nest. That's the creepy guy who owns the house. Emily's like, say, do you have any use for some melted plastic cutlery? Megan's like, that's very specific. Emily adds, like, check it out. It's like a rat king of forks and little plastic swords they stick cherries with. Yeah, Megan, what a find! Gotta get a picture. Tori's gonna love this. Emily's like, what are you doing here? Where's Pete? No one's really wants Pete. And Ness had a good question. I've never met your friend Pete, and I've met everyone here. I've seen him walking around, made eye contact with him, but there's nothing there. Like, I don't think he's anyone. And Baron, Watto and welcome. We were just talking about the exploits of Toothy Past. Dustin's doing a rewatch of Memnull, or a first watch, I think, of Season 2. And I can't make jokes about Toothy because I don't know how far in they are, and I don't want to spoil anything. Which is a kind of a nice feeling. Nest adds also a good question. Oh, sorry, and Baron and those of you who joined us, this is the new game which the Game Grumps dev team have put together called Homebody. And it's a Night Trap meets Outer Wilds thing, and it's very good. So if any of you all want to skip on out to avoid like spoilers for puzzles and whatnot, I completely understand. But it's really good. It's really good. Yeah, Greybeard, this is the guy that owns the creepy house that we're stuck in. We don't know much about him. Ness just adds, I'm sorry. I feel a strange energy here myself. I can't tell if I want it to end tonight or last forever. There's little I can do to help you now. It may be small comfort, but if you have questions, I'll do my best to shine a light in the dark. I was like, Jesus Christ, can you just talk normal? Yep. Dingleberry. I was going to say something very bad then, and I didn't. Ness says, I'll try. Okay, so what is... Alright, so what do we want to know? What is the accumulator supposed to do, or what is the creature with the knife? Just in case we only get to ask one of these questions. I kind of want to know what the creature is with the knife, but I think I know that it's Clara, the artist. Kestra wants to know knife thing? Alright, knife thing it is! Knife thing, knife thing. So yeah, what is that thing? The thing with the knife. Nest adds, I don't know. I used to feel oddly proud of it. I thought I created it. That was the only thing I've ever created. Now I'm afraid that might not be true. Like, I've got nothing to show for all this. My life, just a house that's falling apart with dead people inside. You would want that as a legacy? Well, it's more than nothing. At least it'd be proof I was here. An unkillable knife thing. Nest adds, but I know that isn't true, and even if it was, what's the point?
It's all a big mistake. Big coincidence. Small little man. Stupid. Emily's like, uh-huh. Alright, so what is the accumulator supposed to do? Well, it's supposed to channel life energy to assist in the reassembly of matter. It's meant to improve your vitality and lifespan. In reality, it's a cheap wooden box and a general fire hazard I used to do drugs in. What is the TARDIS for $200? Oh man, Jim got tacos. Like I said, I'm getting fresh sausage rolls, so I am going to be able to flex on you all, but there's a lot of people with, like, burrito and taco flexins. Yeah, at least he's honest. But here, it's not the box that I built. It's actually powerful. And it has nothing to do with me. Okay, so, why can't I talk to the others? I mean, I can talk to them about pizza and video games and shit. Just not the time loop that we're trapped in, or the slasher movie villain that keeps killing us. Ness says, I have no idea. When I approached you at the gas station, I found myself unable to speak in anything but poetry. Emily says, I thought that's just how you always talk. Ness, like, then, sometime later, I found myself able to express myself fully, almost as if we had gained some kind of understanding. Emily says, or maybe I just lost all respect for you. Oh! Nest might... I don't know where Nest is, if he's a ghost, if he's dead, if he's a spectre or a concept, but he just got fucking burned. Okay, so what happened with you and Clara? Because I think Clara is the homunculus. Nest says, Clara? I suppose you've had quite some time to explore. Emily says, sorry, there's nothing else much to do aside from die. Nest adds, well, I hope you enjoyed sifting through the deterious, a foolish young man left behind as he stumbled backwards through life. Mate, you said you would talk plain. Sorry, I know I never really... I wasted a lot of time. And now the time wastes me. Yeah, you do seem kind of like a hack. Oh! One last thing. Did you really smoke weed with Hunter S. Thompson? He was in the vicinity. And he's like, I see. Alright, so sadly we didn't get to ask everything, but I think we've got all the good ones. Looks like, just want one? He's like, you know I quit. What, when? You had to burn one with me what we used to. He's like, can't just come over here? Can't I just come over and enjoy your company? Cliff's like, no! Gary says, so the owner probably burned it down, right? Like, for the insurance money? How good of a policy didn't they have for this hole in the wall in the middle of nowhere? And Gary says, maybe it's arson? From like a competing restaurant? I'm not doing the Gary voice, I'm sorry. Cliff says that it feels like a stretch to call the Roadhouse a restaurant. It was more like, well, we'll make you a burger if you really want one. I was like, now that you mention it, why didn't they have a hamburger outside? Why just a hot dog? Actually, they used to have one. Got rid of the hamburger back in 63. It's a famous hamburger. Guys, is Megan seeing someone? Oh, Tori? Yeah. Wow, never thought I'd see the day. They've been engaged for like 2 years? It was like, wait, what? Megan's like, hey gang, what are you talking about? Cliff's like, oh, just how Emily doesn't know shit about her friends. Cliff's an arse, just in case this wasn't evident. Shut the hell up, Cliff. Cliff chortles. Megan says, hey, Cliff, Emily showed me this awesome melted cutlery Rat King. Wanna see it? Cliff said, oh yeah, no, that'll go great with my melted red plastic Italian restaurant cup. Cliff adds, I melted it by trying to put a cigarette out in it. See ya, later, Gare Bear, as in to Gary. God, Cliff, every time I try and like you, I like you less.
Anyway, Gary adds that, do you think we'll get sick from hanging around here? Like, burnt rubble, putting stuff on our body that'll kill us someday, we're not expecting it. Emily adds, well, I spent every day expecting to drop dead from a mysterious preventable illness, so it would be pretty funny if I contracted it from a fiberglass hot dog. Gary adds, yep, I'm gonna die. It at least needs to be funny. And then Gary adds, I mean, my life's a joke anyway. Oh, shush, Gary. Needs to be a good punchline to make it all worth it. Alright, Gary, you're sounding a little bit too much like me. Are you right? Gary adds, sure. It's fine. My head kind of hurts. Behind the eyes. I'm gonna go look at a pile of menus and figure out what I would have ordered. Bastard! Emily is like, at least, nobody took a tumble from the hot dog, huh? Francine is not happy. Emily adds, hey, Francine. It doesn't feel the same anymore. We never should have gone to that stupid house. I'm desperate to express even one thought of my own. Let's click that one, and we'll probably end up saying something else. Are you mad at me? Emily adds, I'm really sorry. Francine adds, stop. I'm not doing this again. You're not sorry. You're scared of me. Emily's like, it could be both. Feel like you're waiting for a chance to tell me I'm wrong, and you wait for me to escalate and catch me in some mistake so you can tell me so. Francine, I'm dying to fall on that sword. I'm dying for you to believe in me when I tell you that I know how wrong I am. Francine adds that this stuff doesn't work on the axis of right and wrong, Emily. I know you're sorry, so tell everyone that every chance you get. Sorry, I know you're sorry. You tell everybody chance you, I know you're sorry. You tell everyone that every chance you get. You need to do something. It's painful seeing you all like this. That little exasperated sigh means we tried to say something and couldn't. So Emily adds, what do you want from me? And Francine says, who gives a shit what I want from you? People aren't fucking puzzles you can solve, Emily! I want to figure this out. I want to believe it's possible. Emily says, you're scary when you cuss. She says, Jimmy, gosh! Oh, hey, Emily, sure, good, glad you make it. Your room's down the hall. Is that better? Is that more like the weird retrograde 2D fantasy of me you're looking for? Oh! Jesus, we came to solve puzzles, but Francine came to slay. And not in a fun way. Francine says, I've been caretaking and planning and organising and protecting and trying to stop us from tearing ourselves apart. Going through the motions for as long as I can remember. Now, I'm goddamn sick of it. I know you're hurting, but there is too much inertia for me to stop. So instead, I'm here, yelling at you about it! I can tell I'm closer to getting through to you than anyone else. I'm scared and I need your help. I can tell I'm closer to getting through to you than anyone else. Yeah. Francine says, I know how this ends. I've seen it happen over and over and over, and I'm done trying to change it. And I refuse to take your sorries about it. And I know exactly how goddamn petty I'm being, and I do not care, because I've had an infinite number of nights to stew on this. What the fuck was that?! What the fuck?! What did you do?! It was just the throws the paperweight containing the moon, and some faceless horror from the void's like, I got it! I got it! I got it! I don't got it! I don't got it. Ooh, okay, look. This is new. Alright? The book is new. It's a copy of a book I illustrated. Plumberton Possum learns a lot. This is a pile of cliff stuff. What's he do? What's this doing here? Oh, the little story of Plumberton Possum. Alright, so let's check our bag. 420 blaze it. No, still nothing. Alright, but things have changed. Like, we now know how to get at least one thing of the accumulator. Cliff, you need to fuck off. Alright, we haven't seen anything weird out the windows yet. Oh, I guess we did see possibly a bit of Pete by a car once. I haven't been keeping track of the paintings, which I feel like I should be. Oh yeah, so at the moment we're working on... Yeah, at the moment I guess we're working on solving the... At the moment we're working on solving the print and rewind function, right? Oh, it's 4 pumps, not 2. Why am I like this? Alright, well, you know what? It's fine. Like, it does feel like with those particular... Sorry, it does feel like with those particular instructions, once we get it down pat, we'll be able to beast through it nice and easy. Alright. 2, 3. I do kind of wish we could close some of these titles behind us, but jobs are good. I wonder if possibly, you know, we go up to the accumulator and it says something broke downstairs. Like, I wonder. There's a lot of, like... Well, my worry on this one is... Because Dreadbone Dragon says, like, this feels like an SCP type situation. And, like... Hang on, if there is going to be a lightning strike, it'll be at 9:15, right? Alright, so that was the first one. So there is another one that hits next. So we need print, which is arrow down. hopefully, once we have this... Oh, fucking hell! Woo! I know I fucking did. Sorry, 6 pairs was like, I screamed. Thing is, we can't even call that a jump scare. That was just legitimately scary. Pete's like, what's up, buddy? I'm gonna pee in your socks. There's a lot going on in that computer room, huh? Big puzzle to solve, in a room that's filling with electric death water. None of it means anything, though. If you don't know what you're trying to accomplish, Nest is gonna have some instructions for that system on file somewhere. See you later, Emily. Gonna shit in your hoodie, Pete! Shit in your hoodie. Not even good as well. Like, I'm talking AGB, bad times, doo-doo. AGB stands for After Grog Bulk. It is an Australian term for using the bathroom after you've been on a heavy night on the lash and the dark times. Yeah, Taco Bell is happening today. Look, it took me a while, but I tell you, friends, my body acclimated to Taco Bell much better than I was expecting. Yeah. Of all the food types I've had, you know, bad news bears with, Taco Bell's not one of them. Sorry, I should say, it's not one I have it with anymore. Though the early introduction to it, my delicate British frame was not ready. What I will say is this is absolutely conveying that whole time loop thing of gotta do it quicker, gotta do it faster. .62 PSI. .62 PSI. Alright. Who wants to do math numbers? Alright. Now, is it always 26? Hermanes, End Time starts playing. Baron says not it. Kestrel hides from maths. Okay, so we have 26. And we need to turn 26 into 62. Each of these tubes equals 1. Each of these blocks equals 5. And we have to somehow arrange these two. Now, thankfully, all we can do is we can tweak how much in this tank goes in. So each blep is 1 blep on here. So that's guaranteed to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So it's guaranteed to be 50 right there. And these tubes are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so Jimenez, 50 total, so we got to make 16 make sense. Actually, let's test that theory now before the spoopies come on in. Okay, so Stabface is released much earlier. Because usually Stabface doesn't come out until now. Okay. Sorry, sometimes, friends, the tank controls don't do the thing. Okay. Yeah, no, Red Burning Dragon, the loops are changing. Alright, so let's go to the toilet! Friends, this might end up being a 3-stream event. Okay. Oh, wait, what was the solution on this one? Oh, you know, this one's just 2. So that's 1. And then we have to do the other one to get on in for the toilet puzzle! Toilet puzzle! Through the mountains. But yeah, it does mean that the... Emily, so help me. It does mean that the monster is being released earlier. So things are definitely changing. And we have noticed that the monster has been physically different, so... there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go. No, so the amount of goo that we're using hasn't really been changing. But who knows? Though it was interesting that it came all the way down here to hunt us. Oh, it smells like everything right with the world. Alright, you bastards. Okay, lovely Longshipian friendos. I get to have a moment, hang on, let me pause this, to flex on all of you lot, introducing fresh out the oven homemade sausage rolls. Yeah, coming on in here, telling me about your burritos and your good times. It's Will snack time now. No, it smells amazing. It's extremely hot. Thank you, Fiona! Super tasty. I just had to flex first. Okay. But yeah, so, Prolo, you were correct. The monster's head was initially like an elongated mask. Then it was wrapped in bandages. And now it's just like, feck you, dangleberries. So Jimenez says 22 out of 18. That's going to be 7 in the first, and then all specials. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go. Yeah. Bingo, bango. I can't chow down on it. Oh, shit. God damn it, gamer. We saw this earlier. This was, like, the broken mall. The silly chicken toy surprise. Put a coin in me. And I'll give you a special prize. on this thing adds a unit of power. Kind of freaky it being here in this mall again. Kind of freaky that this mall exists under this rural house in Pennsylvania. Yo, this ain't even close to the freakiest shit you've dealt with today. It is interesting that, what was it? Oh, the silly chicken machine is now turned on. Sup, silly chicken. So if we manage to find a coin... Yeah, no, that chicken has absolutely seen things. It is witnessed death, the likes of which we'll never be able to understand. So now here's the question. Can we get to the other door? Oh, so we can turn these on. But it's unlikely that we'll be able to get... God, yeah, we're going to have to hide from the fucking killer. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I made the joke earlier that it should have been 8008. So, like, that's 2. You know what? I'm gonna hide in here for a sec. Eat my sausage roll. Because now we've got to get upstairs. And I guess we have to solve the puzzle to open the upstairs room as well. Oh, hot damn, this sausage roll is incredible. Oh, by the old gods and the new. Oh, gorgeous. It's the little things, friends. Yeah, stab a gale vermin face. Actually, 6 pairs of feet. We can test that.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Rare sausage roll content.
Indeed, a rare pull, if you will. It is incredibly good, but extremely hot. I need to stop trying to eat it. At least for a second. And then, Angel Colina, you will absolutely... That's not an if. That's a when. And 6 pairs of feet and Red Burning Dragon. Obviously, I can't comment on anything specific. But if I had been spending a large amount of time with El Paso elsewhere, I would say that has a fresh vibe all its own. Okay. So let's have a ponder. Yeah, there they are. So this thing is now way more efficient at killing everybody. So we need to work out a way to get both the generators running. And I guess the last puzzle is whatever that weird... whatever that weird middle thing is. Sorry. For the accumulator, there are 3 pieces to it, right? And one of them, I think, is just meant to be a direct lightning strike. Hey! Good evening, Jay. Hello and welcome. What ho? Greetings and all of that. Welcome to a very spooky haunted house. I'm sorry, Jay. I seem to be saying this now almost each time you come on in. Sorry, I'm covered in sausage roll. That this is Homebody. This is very, very good. And hang on, we'll take a pause from our person freaking out. If any of you want to tap out to avoid spoilers, I completely understand because this game slaps. Like, I don't know how far in we are. It feels like we've solved some of the big puzzles. But I thought that last time, and then it turned out there was a whole new section, so go figure. Indeed, the freaking out does not appear to stop when we do so. Okay. I might accidentally get us stabbed, but it's not going to be intentional. Oh, Emily, so fucking help me. Alright. But Jay, how was your stream? Like, how are you doing? Tell me your tales. I know you were on MGS5 yesterday. Yeah, 6 pairs of feet. I did almost all of the things and forgot to hit the switch. But we'll have a lot more time this time because we know what's going down. So, first things first. Open this thing up. This thing was 1, 2, 3, 4, swap, and go. And the big one was all 3 chunky blocks and 7. Alright, I need to... I'm going to take a beat and have some sausage roll. I'm so sorry, friends. The game is engaging. I've got you lot to talk to. I'm having a great time. And Jay, that sounds fucking great. Exhausting, but great. Friends, Jay was saying that they've been doing Ace Attorney, revisiting it after 4 years and doing all the voices. God, that sounds like a great way to spend a day. Well, so Dustin, I don't think we need to do toilet puzzle. So sadly, that might be the end of the toilet puzzle. Toilet puzzle. Cool. Sorry, Jay was saying that they've always wanted to be a voice actor. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But they haven't found a way to make it entirely viable. That's completely understandable. Like, when I think about so many friendos, and even friendos who have done, like, successful video games. Wait, what? Why did that fuck up? Oh, no, you're right. We do need to do toilet puzzle. Balls. The only thing I can say, friends, is that Broken exposed wire lies on the floor. Darn it. Yeah, didn't do the toilet puzzle. It's alright. It gives us a chance to hang out. Also, there is a theory I want to test. See, the elevator delivers the homunculus, right? And there is an elevator here. So what happens if we are looking at the elevator when the clock hits 9? So let's see if we fucking see it in about half an hour? Well, in-game half an hour. But yeah, the thing I would say is do as many recorded demonstrations as you can. Anything that's like voicing fan works and stuff like that can be good. It's both good practice and a good event. And, you know, volunteering to do like low-cost, no-cost stuff for indie teams. Because annoyingly, voice acting is a profession that you need to prove you can do it before you can prove you can do it. And it is obnoxiously oversubscribed. But don't take that as anything as a detractor. Like I said, Alex didn't make voice acting his full-time role until he'd already been doing it for like a decade. Oh, here we go! Here we go! Sup, bucko? I thought the door was about to open and I was about to spray sausage roll everywhere. But yeah, I mean, so Jay, like, you know, a good friend of ours, Leo, who has done tons of really good professional VO stuff. Right. And even he's not his full-time gig. So Nick's making a really good suggestion. Like, volunteer at, like, game jams and stuff like that. Sorry, you kids are about to die. Because that way, like, if you're helping with audio and other stuff, what you could do is just be involved with a lot of different creators and potentially be the person, like, the go-to. Was ringing the dinner bell on poor Cliff over here. If you'd been nicer to me, I'd feel bad about this. The puff pastry is disintegrating, but it's still delicious. Whatever will I do? Well, sorry, I wanted to jump in as, like, Dustin was asking if the beast is devolving as the story continues. What appears to be happening is that the beast's coverings are being lost. Rainier, you are not going mad. The tea kettle was absolutely going off. And now it doesn't work anymore. Oh well. Cliff says, I always read that when people die, they piss their pants. I'm glad I didn't piss my pants. Oh shit, did I piss my pants? Oh, I can't feel my lower half. If I did actually piss my pants, please don't tell me. You're okay, buddy. Megan, will you find my phone and text my The guppy. I don't want them to fish. Oh, Gary, mate. Okay. So, to recap, we actually do have to do the toilet puzzle. Oh shit! Examine the pyramid. This is the pyramid that Francine threw. What's it doing here in this blood? I hope Francine is okay. Also, friends, the grouse hasn't been knocked over. The grouse must have been that freaky ass fucking monster we saw that tried to run out in front of traffic. Okay. But yeah, let's see if we can open this without... Oh, you're fucking shitting me. We don't have to do the downstairs puzzles to crack that open anymore. But yeah, this is the one that I'm just not sure of. Sounds like something made this machine break downstairs. Oh god, and that is loud. But yeah, so Jay, occult game dev, or Nick, is definitely someone whose advice I would listen to. As in, like, if I was going to find out, you know, best ways. And I think that Nick's right in that being just a, you know, a VO performer might not be attainable right now. However, there is a strong chance that by, you know, being the person that handles, like, the recording, mixing, mastering, etc., hell, even like, sup, Noodles? Hell, even being the person who can do VO direction for others is incredibly powerful. Like, be the everything person. Because that way you're not sitting around waiting for your big break. Because again, it's not that only certain people get big in VO because there are only certain people that are skilled enough to do it. Not saying it's not skilled, but there aren't a lot of jobs to go around. There isn't a lot of cash. And, you know, being the person is hard. Because a lot of times companies will just go with people they know can just get it done. You know, there's a reason. The reason why, like, peeps like Matt Mercer and stuff like that were successful. I say successful in that they were doing it full time. Was not because they were untouchable, brilliant talents. It's because they got it done. You know, when you couldn't afford, what was it, Nolan North or the other guy, who'd you get? Oh, let's get Matt Mercer in. He'll get it done. Yeah, as Nick is saying, like, picking up a suite of Vox skills makes you hyper valuable. Audio is very crowded, speaking as someone whose wife does voice direction. Even having decades of experience, she works in law because it's more stable. True that. Yeah, Krypton. I mean, that's my philosophy in VO. I'm not the best, but I'm the best you can afford. You know, if you need a British voice at a very affordable rate, hello! Pete says, take care of yourself if you can. Oh, shit in your hoodie, Pete. Shit in your hoodie. Right. Bear with me 2 seconds. 1, I need another sausage roll. 2, I need some water. I'm parched. I don't want to scare you all, friends, but I don't think coffee is hydration. Why did no one tell me this? Oh yeah, no. It is a 1-man, 2 sausage roll kind of night. But yeah. I mean, if you want my honest opinion, Jay, one of the best things that you could do is start producing a title that has a big focus on vocal work. One of the best, and I think potentially repeatable things I've seen was Wajidai's Blackwell series. Like, tight, focused point-and-click games that were fully VO'd. And yeah, they're a little rough around the edges early on, but allowed... I keep forgetting Dave's surname. But basically, he was able to learn everything when it came to, like, you know, casting, direction, etc. And by the time he hit the Unavowed, like, he was knocking it out the park. You know what I mean? I think that's a more viable plan than, you know, try and be hyper-viral and successful like ProZD or whatever his real name is. Do you know what I mean? I mean, so to those of you who are dev side, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just think that a small, producible game where VO is the strongest suit, you know, create the role that you want for yourself, right? Okay, I'll be back in just a second. This is a 2 sausage roll evening. I'm not going to apologise for eating sausage rolls in front of you. Okay, I've got hydration, got more sausage rolls. Yeah, and I do want to agree with like what Nick was adding. J Post, thank you for the sneaky bits. You were rumbled. Okay, toilet puzzle. Yeah, it does appear that we don't actually need to sort out the power now. 1, 2. I always forget. Yeah, no, it's just 1, 2 in first round. But yeah, again, the other thing. Because I guess we always have to do the other puzzle to get through the door, so... I know. Just in case. 1, 2, 3, 4. Six pairs of feet trolling the entire stream with, I've never voice acted before, but that's just like speaking, right? How hard could that be? How hard indeed. Now for this one, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, and then all squares. so that's one. Creep me out, chicken. Creep me out. Another fun one I've seen, Jay, that's really good for practice is doing table reads with friends. Popping them up on the YouTubes and otherwise. Because they're a really good demonstration of, like... find project, get project done. Making good time. The power of sausage rolls compels me! Alright, it's not boobs. It's not boobs! We're gonna singular boob. Don't like you big creepy thing. Alright, that's two. Now we just need to head upstairs. Help me! Speedrun, speedrun, speedrun! What?! How? How? 1,000,000 years dungeon! Ah, yeah, so you should have used the reverse upstairs shimmy maneuver. So, Edwin, this is a subject that you know a lot about. In that, you know, voice acting professionally is quite an undertaking. The thing I would say, though, is doing voices on stream is really good experimentation, but and can be good vocal practice, but is not good practice for, you know, voicing characters in the ilk. Not that any of you, I think, don't understand this. I think it's worth saying for the conversation, you know? Edwin adding, doing stuff live is its own fresh nightmare slash scenario slash beast. We got a note here. Wait. The big pump needs to be 60 psi, right? Is there a way to do it without having to go up to the toilet? Can we shave some time off this? Okay, Jay, have yourself a lovely rest of your evening, and I hope you don't think we were, like, picking on you or anything. I always want to help as best I can. Okay. So we have 26 to turn into 62. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, this should work. Oh. No. I wonder if there's a different solution for that if we haven't done the toilet. Let's experiment with that now. Jimenez, thank you kindly. Because I'm using the solution as prescribed, right? Because, yeah, if we can shave off having to go up and do the toilet puzzle, that will speed up a lot of what we're doing. Like... But a part of me thinks that... Because that's 50 in the middle, right? We need to get 62. So that's 25, 50. Hang on. Did I just write the album of the summer? Piss! I did not. Yeah, it can't be done. Alright. Let's go hang out in the living room and eat some sausage rolls. Get stabbed with a sausage roll at Greg's this week. Oh wow, super early. So, see you on the next loop! Oh, I can't wait to get patronized by Pete again. Pete. Please, like, been a while. It's been far too short, Pete. Good luck out there. Oh, I'm gonna shit on everything you own. It's gonna take me a lifetime, but my God, I'm gonna do it. Okay. Take on the toilet puzzle. Toilet puzzle. I don't know if you've noticed, friends, but there's a lot more in the way of, like, cobwebs and shit. A few things have kind of been knocked over or otherwise, but at the very beginning.
Oh shit, you're right. That's fucking cool. See, Jimenez, there we go, them speedrunning strats. That's why they've got the camera angled like this. Fuck you, chicken. Problem is the tank controls occasionally catch me off guard, because the click movement is more is quicker, but it's more difficult for precision stuff. Oh, no, it's not boobs. It's not boobs! I've trapped myself into a creation of my own idiocy. I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to do the check machine, because we did it later. I don't think we can make it up in time. Sorry to leave you all for dead here, friends, but... Okay, so that's the creatures in there, doing them a fucking damage. Alright, so then we go upstairs. It's called Left 4 Dead! It's nothing personal! Alright, there's the power. 1, 2, 3, 4... There's the door. There's the door. Sounds like this machine made something break downstairs. Alright, so 2 isn't enough. We've got to... I guess we've got to investigate this next thing. We've got to find out what the thing it breaks is. It's not this. Love of God, Emily.
So that's the thing that breaks. Alright. So we know that at very least. Guess that's broken as well? How the fuck are you still alive? Balls. So Hemp Manners, we're not missing the orange wire, we're missing one more, which is whatever is connected to the big chunky thing. But don't worry, I've not only got sausage rolls, I've got an idea. Now we know we don't have to do all the faffermancy to get that thing going. This frees us up to have a lot of time. So we come over here, we hit this. Sounds like something broke downstairs. Which we know is in the study and maybe further down. Why is it every time I have an idea you all worry? God, where's your faith? Alright, so here we go. This was the thing we wanted to inspire. Oh no! I'm not looking up from this puzzle. Okay, so there are letters that spell out, and I'm just not looking up. S T U V W X Y and Z. A little bit more sausage roll before I look into the eyes of everything that's basically seeking to kill us right now. Cool. I fucking hate it. Oh, shit! I guess the broken piece came from here. The lamp opened up when I used the machine in the attic. So W something DW. 6 pairs of feet. What puzzle? No! Gary, I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but are you okay? I'm much better now, I think. You seemed especially sad back at the roadhouse. I was for sure. I still feel a bit off, but I sat down with Megan, and she dropped some wisdom on me. And she's good at that. What did she say? It's better to embrace the bad stuff rather than shove it down. And they can't be matter without antimatter, light without dark. There's always way more elegant with this stuff. Okay. Raw. Talk to you later. Gary, do you feel like you're being watched right now? Okay. See, I thought there was something smashed down here, but... Megan, you are a source of wisdom. What have you got for me? Gosh, thanks for talking to Gary. Sounds like you helped him out. Megan is all about this video game right now, but it's kind of being like, oh yeah, no, I got a whole spiel about that. I think I'm going to use a general existential pick-me-up right about now. Megan's like, right, well, shit sucks, right? Shit doesn't stop sucking. In fact, the older you get, things just go faster and get suckier. You spend a whole lot of time worrying about stuff, and half the time it doesn't even matter. That was nearly water out my nose there. And then death over and over again in a creepy roadhouse. Sure, eventually. But that's not really my point. Once you accept that, things get easier. You've got to go through the sucky stuff, or else the good stuff doesn't mean anything. That is some good thinking there, Megan. I know I'm not exactly the most upbeat person around. I'm no Gary. But I meant it when I say fine. Fine is really sustainable emotional. Fine is a really sustainable emotional state. Happy is not. Not for me. Probably not for anybody. I love video games. I love my fiance. I love quiet. Like when I'm cuddled up with Tori, quietly gaming or whatever, like, that's more than good enough for me. And I'm not going to lie and say it gets better, but you get better at dealing with it. Emily's like, I think maybe that helps. Hey, I didn't say it was good spiel. And Emily adds, maybe I'm just an idiot. I was, no! I sound like a Hallmark card at this point, says Megan. And then Emily's like, oh god, we're both spiraling! Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. The chandelier here... Oh, I fucking hate these eyes. So the lamp currently has this, right? WDW. W blank DW. If we go upstairs and the numbers are 1 to alphabet number, then we've got a potential. And then it's about, I guess, evading the monster while we try and hit all 3. We know we can hit the first 2 pretty succinctly. The code is like 1 through 8. Yes, there are 8 letters on each wheel. And it does seem like a code cipher. The 3 wheels at the end start... Are these 4-letter clues? All right, let's go back to the chandelier. Oh, why is that not on our memory board? That's weird. So some of the wheels begin A, B, C, D. So that would make D4. Lol. And then from the W, that would make W... 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would make it 5. Which means we just have to brute force... this one? Ah, a Caesar cipher. Particularly exceptional. Form of vegetable. think the third wheel down should be 4. That would mean that the top one would be 4 as well. I should have taken a screenshot of it. I guess we're kind of brute forcing this a little bit. Alright, well, let's go back and have a look at the setup that we have downstairs. Or we might get stabbed.
Oh, it's me knees! Oh, my stabby knees! It's all for me grog, me jolly grog. Ah, fuck off, Pete! What's up, buddy? Bye for now. Fuck you, Pete. I'm shitting in your hoodie. That's a Pete! Fuck off! We can't look at it before we break it, though, which is really annoying. So Hunter says, so the second wheel down is broken downstairs. So the order was W blank DW, which our assumption would be 5 blank 4. Oh, Jimenez says, what year was that? 1974. We need to go back through them, but a lot of these articles seem to be, the story of what happened to Clara. Yeah. We're reckoning 5, 4, and then the thing is, it's the last source of power. Yeah, see, currently we have the lightning rod through red, downstairs through blue and purple. I mean, we can maybe hope that we've just got to wait for lightning to strike. But then somehow we've got to work out what it is. So yeah, it's not that it just needs to be correct, it needs to be correct at the exact moment. Alright, what are we missing? I'm getting that big puzzle vibes, you know? Broken piece of glass on the ground. It looks like there are letters on it, but it doesn't spell out anything. And the lamp descends. Oh, it's V, not W. It's V, not D. But wouldn't that make it 4? Wouldn't that make it 4s all across the board? files. Okay, we're missing something here. All right, let's go back to the memory palace. All right, the Tower of Thought Thinks. Okay. Oh, that's a very good point. Because we might need to trial and error it. The code keeps changing. Fuck! The rest of the squad are now recklessly murdered. Yeah, so Angel Kalina, here's what's happening. The stuff that we're seeing. The chandelier is definitely... Oh, right through the fucking door! Oh, what if there's... What if they're randomizing the cipher each time? That would be a bastard move. So let's have a look. Maybe there's something in the plans that I've missed. Because there's all of this here. So that was what got us downstairs. We haven't examined why. We have the board. Pyramid's important. There's nothing else here specifically. Sounds like open the machine made something break downstairs. Alright. So we're going to put everything at one for a baseline. Sorry, who was it? Sorry, Prolo suggested that one. Sorry. I didn't want to take credit. No, they're not. They're affected, but they're not on point. Gary, have you seen Francine anywhere? Sure. She's up in the study, isn't she? Honestly, I've barely seen her all weekend. No, I don't see her up there. I guess that's it. She seems pretty antisocial. Gary, we're in the fucking study. Yeah, sure. Alright. I'll change it to 222. still got a little bit of time. Alright, so we've moved everything one blip over. So it is now 2-2-2 across the board. But I can't help but think that there's like one part of this puzzle we're missing, you know? This is just like when we were trying to go through the maze, and we worked out the red, green, blue before we realised that it was coming together with that. Okay, so that has produced a YBY. Okay. So this leads to the question, what does it need to say? It can't be lamp. Both boob and, more importantly, ACAB would have been exceptional, except for we don't have A's. So it's A, C, D, E, F, G, H. But then how come there's only one setup that's different? Okay, so we can make a few words. Stay is one, uses is the other. Oh, what was the name of the guy who lived here? Yeah. If Murder McKnife Hands could just chill out for a little bit, that would be great. This is the tale of Murder McKnife Hands. All right. So here, I'm just writing down some of the potential combinations. So we've got 6, 8, 5, 6, and 8, 7, 2, 8, 7, 1, 2, sorry. So let's see if anything clicks into place. So 6, hello, 8, 5, 6. Alright, nothing so far. Then I'm going to try 8, 7, 1. Oh shit! So that was 6827. Fuck yeah. Okay. Whew. Now let's go touch some lightning. Hello, Ritter. High five! The electric cable. Okay, so we need to go upstairs before anything else. Fuck off, P! We're shitting in your hoodie! I mean, like, you don't look so good. Akira needs 3 power sources. You've got them all individually. Now you need to get them in one loop. You're almost there. So essentially we have to go right up to the top first. And then work our way down.
We have to hit the toilet puzzle. Yeah, I won't forget the toilet puzzle. As much as I would like to. And it's time to ride! Mustn't forget the toilet puzzle! Toilet puzzle! Through the shitter! Horrifying, unsettling toilet puzzle! Yeah, it was 2, wasn't it? Yep. Fuck off, I got places to go. Gary, you're not helping. Fuck! No, look at the fucking colouring book! Sorry. Love video games, I'm not stressed at all. Speedrunning stats. 4, 5, 6, 7. Swap. Let's fucking go! That's 1. Yep. 7 all specials. Hey, Manners, you got it. Sorry, I'm very grateful to have all of you here with, because I would have gotten all of this eventually, but, you know, problem shared is a problem that you have occasionally inflicted upon other people, but you know what I mean. Okay. So this means... Every time I just want to type in boo. I know it says enter the maze. There's only... Right, so the monster's now loose. Guys dead yet? Sorry, buddy. There's the light. There we go, there we go, there we go. Oh. Oh, I know. I live in eternal fear that that maze is going to turn into an actual fucking maze at some point. Oh! Okay, so Francine is behind us. Okay. Francine says, Emily. I said, Francine! Francine's like, I didn't mean to scare you. Wait, what are you doing up here? The lamp in the study broke again, so I knew you were here. We need to talk before you do something rash, Em. There are other things we can do, other options. I mean, for God's sake, Emily, look at that thing. Do you really think it can solve all your problems? Emily adds, what other choice do you have? You think you think you know how to get us out of this? Francine's like, no, Ems. I'm telling you, neither of us do. Maybe there is no way out. I think I first clocked it when you started poking around and solving nest little puzzles and talking in code. And for a moment, I had a glimmer of hope that this was all progress for both of us, that maybe you would help me figure out how to get us out of here. But nope, you're still you. And I'm begging you, don't let it come to this. Why trust a weird old man in his weird old machine? And he says, listen, I don't want this fight to end. I want it to stay ugly because it's something. We need to get out of here, Francine. One way or another. We don't know what it'll do. It could ruin everything, as Francine's saying. As if everything wasn't ruined enough. This could be the end, Emily. Shit, watch out! Francine, I'm sorry! I didn't push anything. I don't push anything. Oh, hello. You're down there. And you're up there. Oh, fuck off, Pete. Another fine mess you got yourself into. I'm gonna shit in your hoodie. I'm gonna shit in your hoodie. Sorry. Emily's like, go to hell. Pete could be pretentious sometimes, but he didn't talk like the goddamn great gonzo. Nest made it sound like you're not really you. Pete's like, and you're gonna trust him? You took the time to turn on his machine. Look how much good that did you. Gonna shit in his hoodie. Seemed like it worked out okay. I'm still here, says Emily. Pete's like, barely. Can't keep coming back like this forever. Turning on the accumulator almost bled this place dry. And he says, wait, I thought the accumulator created this place. It's like, the accumulator can create shit. It's a wooden box attached to one of those static electricity machines. It's from the Science Museum. At least it was. The decades of obsession Nest put into it turned it into a ticking time bomb. The raw energy of it almost killed this place. Wait, so if this place dies, what happens to us? Do we get set free or what? Pete says, how do you define free? Emily's just, fuck it, don't start with me, Pete. Pete's like, truthfully, I don't know. The strength that's keeping you here is giving out. But it's also the strength that's keeping here. When that strength is finally gone, I don't know if you're no longer here, or if you'll go with the rest of what's here. If that makes sense. Fuck you, Pete. It makes about as much sense as anything around here. Pete adds that, I don't think I'm going to be able to talk to you again after this. I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything after this. Since there'll be a quiet moment before the thought of the house intrudes again, do you have anything you'd like to know? What is the thing that keeps killing us? Who are you really? What would you like to know, friends? You've come with me on this so far. Well, so Red Burning Dragon, I think what happened is the old man's obsession twinned with this place created it. We're definitely in some SCP shit. Quasi says no, they anyway. What is it that keeps killing us? Alright, one more for a decider. Because I kind of want to know who Shitty Pete is, really. It's called Shitty Pete because I'm going to shit in his hoodie. Red Burning Dragon wants to know about the monster. Alright. What is the thing? Well, so 6 pairs of feet. We didn't get to ask everything last time. But yeah, so what is the thing that keeps killing us? It's a symptom. It's a side effect. So are you. Though you have a little more of a sense of self than the homunculus does. Okay, who are you, really? For all intents and purposes, I'm Pete. The fuck you are? Okay, so our questions. What happens now? For real, why are you helping me? I don't think Pete has been helping us. But that's a question and a half. Hey, River, leave it. Yeah, I see you. Okay, so what happens to you now? Pete just says, I don't know. That's one's a little beyond me. There's a threshold that I'm aware of. Like, I can hear it. I can barely hear anything else. I'm really scared. I'm not ready to cross it. But I don't have any choice. Still, it was good while it lasted. And it was nice to meet you. Emily, shucks. Okay, for real, why are you helping me? Pete's like I said before, why do you think I would want to hurt? It's okay, because you've had me and my friends trapped in a hellish memory with a meat monster that keeps fucking killing us. And Pete's like, I didn't create the house. I didn't create you, or the memory, or the meat monster. These things just flow through me. Stop your shit, you hoodie. I don't want any of this for you, and I don't want anything. Okay, if you didn't create the killer, who did? Pete's like, I don't know, entropy? Fuck off. What's up with all these evasive answers? I can't believe Nest was more forthcoming than you. Nest just had a way with words, I guess. It's like, alright, I feel like I'm starting to fade. I don't have the choice not to bring the house back again. The house, all of you, that night, the gravity of it is too great. It's greater than me. Emily adds, why? It's like, I don't know. Seems pretty pointless if you ask me. It's been created and destroyed and recreated before. But this time it's taking longer. I don't know how many more times it can happen again. Take care. Fuck off. Slow and meaty wins the race. Francine's like, hey. Emily's like, hey. Says Emily. About to head out of town. I didn't want to leave without checking on me. Yeah. Do you want to come in? This house is made of meat. Actually, Amorlin, that's a really good point. The moon's been a consistent thing throughout this, and it's only gotten bigger. So Emily asks, how's your head? And Francine says it's fine. Didn't even end up spending the night. When I got home, I passed out like immediately, but I kept waking up. Something about being told that you could die in your sleep that gives you real fitful dreams, you know? Anyway, doctor said I could sleep, so I've been working at it all day. I've got my sleepy time tea, and I should be fine. She just said to avoid caffeine and, like, strenuous mental activity. Oh, excuse me. Emily's going with, like, gossip. Martin, I just wanted to say that I'm about to say, hold on. Are you here to apologise? You feel sorry for what? It's like, I don't know, I guess just watching you falling, I couldn't help but think I should have done something about it. About what? A fiberglass hot dog collapsed. I got a concussion. It wasn't the end of the world. Emily's like, I really thought that hot dog could hold our weight. Francine adds, I did too. You could have broken your neck. then Francine adds, but I didn't. You came with me to the ER. You were there for 3 hours. Yeah, Hitman is apparently after they raged about the boys doing it, they copied it, and they did not have the same amount of dumb luck. Emily is freaking out. Like, people have aneurysms. Sometimes, like, hours later. Like hit their heads going up the stairs or something. Like, I die a week after with no warning. Francie says, Emily, you seem really worried about hitting your head while walking upstairs. This is not the first time I've heard you talk about this. I remember you having a better handle on this stuff. Like, what's going on? Emily's like, I think I might be experiencing some cognitive decline. Wait, what are you talking about? Asks Francine. And Emily says, I don't know, I think I'm just in town to see some fucking shooting stars or whatever, like a meteor shower. And I'm stuck in this part of the process where my friends and I are all like strangers. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. The ice never breaks. I can't get through to anyone. And then some kind of masked freak shows up and starts killing them. We're stuck in a time loop and we keep living the same night over and over. Oh shit, we can actually say it! We're stuck in a time loop and we keep living the same night over and over. The same night where everything sucks and even before a masked murdering monster comes and kills us. And Emily's like, it's so absurd that I start to think this must not be happening. I assume it, like it just has to end somehow, like it was never real in the first place. But no, there is a masked killer, and there is some kind of Groundhog Day thing. But then even that isn't true. It's just some kind of nasty fake reality we're in. I don't know, I'm just like, is there something fucked up about me? Did I do something to deserve this? Like, I created that thing, didn't I? I willed it into being. Or is it just in my head? Am I unconscious in a car at the bottom of a ravine? Did I slip in the fucking shower or something? And Francine just adds, Emily, you can't... Emily continues with the worst thing about all of this is I don't even know if anything is special about it. Maybe this is just normal disillusionment. Francine adds, Emily, we're trapped in a time loop and there's a knife-wielding monster that keeps killing us. Emily's like, ugh, I know, it sucks. It's my fault. Francine's like, your fault? The alternate reality and the murderer? How? Emily just continues with the, I'm obsessed with this shit. The past. I can't let it go. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? The hot dog thing. It was stupid. And Francine says, yes, blindingly, astoundingly stupid. And Emily adds, but something about this night, when I left your apartment, or whatever hell actually happened. I remember the look you were giving me, like future uncertain anything can happen stuff, and I fucked it up. Hermited myself away, I didn't talk to you or anyone, and I let it all slip. I lost my best friends over nothing. And Francine adds, after a night in the hospital, I told myself I wasn't going to depend on anyone else ever again. I wasn't going to caretake or be taken care of. I went all in on me. And when I saw you again at Nest's house a year later, I realised it was working. I guess I wasn't angry. I didn't feel passionate. Not about not having heard from you. It was just a matter of fact. Francine adds that you don't have to apologise. Francine says, I'm not apologising. I did what was right for me, and I decided I wasn't going to give you or my dad or my landlord, who needs to come inside my apartment for half an hour to tell me he's raising my rent. I decided I wasn't going to give anything more time or thought than I could spare. I did everything I could. Started waking up at 6 a.m, meditating for an hour, upped my therapy to as many times a week as my insurance would allow, and then when I lost that insurance, I had a free counselling service and did that as much as I could. I put all of my energy, like everything I had, into the thought of a future where I felt whole. Since you weren't there to carry me, I decided it was time to self-actualize. I made a full-time job of just trying to be happy. And I'm still not. It wasn't enough to maintain. The yearning is still there. There's a sense that whatever used to make life magical is gone now. You can't remember what it was, so you invent things. It
It was a video game you loved, a Halloween bucket from McDonald's. Okay, firstly, that's very fucking personal. Or it's a plan you make, some future time where you imagine you'll feel exactly like you used to. The reality is, things are changing, but nothing is changing faster than you are. The days are shorter now, you're in pain, and there's somebody with a knife coming for you. Don't hit your head on the stairs. And Emily adds, I'm just so sick of living in the past. Francine adds, that sounds pretty healthy. Emily adds, then why does it hurt so much? And Francine adds, not everything feels good all the time. So, we're not really here, are we? Emily adds, I don't think so. The house trip was probably a long time ago. All the flashbacks we were having are part of the illusion too. Or whatever we do, we've got to figure out how to get out. Yeah, the flashbacks we've been having are part of the illusion too. Though it is interesting that we can speak freely to Emily. This is the first time we've been able to do that. They've all just been a little off, you know? Francine's right. The abstract landscape, the pink flesh monsters, and the meat world can't all be memory distortion. I know, I think the house trip was a long time ago. They are speaking about it in past tense. Emily says it feels good being able to talk about it. Francine says it does. Oh, ow, 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 ow. You're leaking! Your people leaking! Emily says, oh my god, are you okay? Francine's like, no, it's fine, I'll get a towel. KO! Flawless victory! Sorry. I'm using humour to cope with emotions. Emily's like, ow! Francine's like, yep. Ow. Guess it's kind of pathetic we weren't able to let any of this go, huh? Everybody used the fluff. Francine adds, yeah. I wonder when this even actually is. Like, you know, the present, I mean. It's sad if this is happening, like, a year after the trip to Nest's house. Way sadder if it's, like, 5 years later. Or it's been, like, decades in this hell. Francine adds pretty boring hell. We're gonna die in this place, aren't we? Asked Emily. Francine says, probably. Also, notice what Gary said about the stars being inside. We were inside Francine's apartment, and now we're watching the meteor. Emily adds, like, permanently, for real this time. Francine adds, probably. Really? Check the suitcase. It's covered in blood, or red paint. A bunch of little rectangles labelled with names of rooms throughout the house. I've definitely seen this before. That's the... Yeah, those are the elevator lights. Gary, you've not got a face, mate. No face for Cliff. Alright, I guess we go down to the elevator. Door's already open. Okay, so... Okay,
Okay, so attic, floored room, art studio, waiting room, cellar, foyer, dining room, bedroom. Hello, River. Okay, hello. Yes. Yes, hello. I know. It's all right. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I don't know how far out we are, friends. We could be a whole bunch of more nonsense. Good job. Alright, so the monster is being delivered super early now. So by the pattern, it says attic... crud papers. So that's the attic, that's the garage, and that's the art studio. Could it be the light switches? It is! Alright, so friendos, I think this is where we're gonna bring our adventure to a close. Because, unless this is it, this is the final puzzle. Fuck. I'm definitely hitting the wall a little bit. I know, 6 hours. Yeah, we might be close. Like, we might be close to the end. So right now we need to turn off the main bedroom and the bedroom, the kitchen, the foyer, cellar, and the waiting room, but there's also ones that we have to turn on. So like here, we've got to turn on the attic light. That'll probably be our last. The flooded room, sorry, is handled. But fuck. I am, you know what? No, I am very sorry, friends. I think I have to tap out at this point. Like, if it does end up that that's like the last puzzle, then I'll make sure that next week when we come back to this, I'll have like something really good to go. Or I'll try blepping at the devs and see if they'd be willing to chat to us after. But if we've still got, like, hang on, I'll just hop out of this and put on some happy tunes because I need to breathe. Oh, but if there's still a huge chunk left to go, or if it ends up being like a few hours, like I can't, you know. And I know 6 hours is pretty casual for me. It's just, whew, you know. Like, so far, this has been so good. And it does seem that, like, yes, they've been trapped in this loop, but it's allowed them to kind of talk honestly to each other. I think that's kind of fascinating. Right. Fuck, this is good. No, Hitmanners, and I hope you've all really enjoyed it. This has been fucking great. Oh, yeah, you can tell as soon as I've stopped, I'm just like... It's something we've talked about a lot, especially when talking about, like, Dead Space and things like that, that, like, good tension. Not necessarily good horror, but good tension.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Yay!
Help, I'm less than 3.
Hey, that's fucking kind of you. Thank you. Immortal Lens says I might look up a playthrough because my brain is screaming for closure. I mean, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to leave it on like a bait out. It's just. No, I have a feeling there's a lot more to it. Wow, sorry friends, I've absolutely hit the wall. Okay, I am terrible at ending streams. This is a well-documented phenomenon. So I'm going to roll credits, I'm going to say my thank yous, and we should be able to roll into some of the lovely Mother Hubbard. Yeah, look, we're absolutely spoilt for lovely people. Yeah, no, Immortal End, it's like... It's rare for me to hit the wall so hard, so immediately. It's a combination of, like, some very real talk and... God. Just the pure tension of it. Like, I'm not tense from fear, but I've been clenching my fucking ass for, like, 2 hours. And as soon as I logged out, I just went, oh... My butt is actually going to be sore from playing this. Probably because I think I started doing that thing where we were like, when we go around corners, I'm like actually tightening my arse to get us round. Frickin' yo. Okay, so friends, once more, thank you. I am stupidly lucky that I get to go through games like this with all of you. Yeah, Mega Boss definitely earned that Yalden with a big old chunky drop. And for that, I cannot say thank you enough. You know, I'm frustrated that we still live in interesting times. Yeah, Nick, that's my back of the box quote. My butt is going to be sore from playing this. Will Overguard, US Gamer. No, things have been very challenging, and you all have been getting us through this. And I want to make sure I'm saying thank you on the daily for that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So, you lot do a fucking load of good for a dumbass like me, and I'm very grateful. And to that end, I would like to thank the following people for being fucking legends! Digging deep for this enthusiasm. So, friends, as I'm sure you know, but I hope you don't mind me saying again, bits of donations are the absolute best way to help our dumbasses out. So, to Megaboss, Greylock, Fearless Sun, Vanderbeast, J-Post, Syndrin, Bacon Avenger Wolfcrat, Scad in Alaska. Now, all of you, thank you so much, alright? Your moderator today was Caffeine, but also a big, big thank you to Rhymes and Moose and Lizzie to Pow. And those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Cup. To Jackie Foxbutt, Immortal Len, Fader 6, Lily Longbean, The Real Hunter, Occult Game Dev, and Manners. I think those were all, like, ungifted subs, so, like, none of them were lower than, like, 7 months, you fucking legends. And to both Jetman J and The Real Hunter, thank you for bringing rating, because it's a real fucking compliment. Alright, so, I got a Castlevania, I got an Animu, and I got a challenge. So that is roguelike, Animu, or a challenge. What suits your fancy? I have to be vague because, at least right now, a lot of my my good friends are playing very random things, and I want us to kind of. So, Len's voting for the Animu. Prolo is voting challenge. So, Immortal Len, by that I mean it's a video game that could be best described as Animu. Oh, feck it. Let's go for the challenge. Let's go for the challenge. Oh! Occult Game Dev and Immortal Len are saying Castlevania. Alright. Feckin' takes it. So bear with me just a second, because I just want to make sure they're still going. What's that? Alucard from behind with a steel chair. Bell mount for the Hurricana from the top rope. Okay, so we're going to go hanging out with Dinsdale. So Dins is currently playing Ender Lilies. We played that when it was in early access, and they kind of did the early access like chapters. It looks very, very pretty. The idea is you play this like cutie patootie little girl who frees the souls of damned warriors and uses them in a kind of combat Metroidvania, and it's very, very pretty. Like, it had some fascinating concepts about like soul corruption and things like that, and the art style goes places. Plus, it's bloody Dinsdale, you know? So you are definitely going to have yourselves a lovely time over there. Right, tomorrow is Sea of Thieves. In theory, I have the full squad back, and so we'll probably be, I don't know, maybe mopping up the ARG quests. I haven't seen if anyone's actually solved it yet. They certainly, if they have, they certainly haven't posted the answer. Should go check up on that one. And yeah, I probably won't be on Discord this evening, dear friends. Just because I think I'm just gonna, I don't know, stare at a wall for a little bit after as much Homebody as we've gotten through. I don't know how we're going to be able to avoid the fucking monster with all the nonsense, but I'm going to be thinking about that, haven't I? Alright, have a lovely evening. It's always wonderful hanging out with you. To be continued, friends. To be continued.